It's 9:30, so we will recommence the meeting, and I have apologies. Councillor Galloway, who's joining us by Zoom. Yes, she's there, and Councillor MacDonald is an apology for the day. I had Councillor Goff down for lateness, but he's here, so... Oh, no, that was when you had you don't. You're fine. You're here all day, so we'll take that off. So it's just Galloway and MacDonald are the only apologies I've received. I'm not sure where Councillor Chu is, but... Councillor Chu, who normally sits next to you. Anyway, so I haven't heard from her. Did she say that she wasn't going to be here? I wonder if she did. I can't remember. I think she may have said to me on Saturday that she wasn't going to be here today. So I'm going to put her down as an apology for lateness as well. Yeah, I should have written it down. All right, so I'll put I'll move the apologies be accepted, seconded by Pauline. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Again, declarations of interest, just to be advised, if there are any items. We're not actually making decisions at the meetings where we're hearing the submissions, so that's fine. So I'll invite Martin Warwood to present your submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to you. I want to speak about you saving costs, saving money for the taxpayers. I'm speaking to two submissions. One I made early in the process, and the second was submitted on my behalf via the Mayor and comprises correspondence between me and her and the staff and with the CE cut in, I believe. Common to both was an observation that as councillors, as I understand it, your role in governance correctly is to focus on the headlines in the LTP, adjusting items, the large items by time or amount. Whereas I believe there's a great deal of money to be saved by the council within the budgets around the delivery in the line items around operational expenditure, the OPEX. This is the territory of the CE principally and his staff, and include things like contract services and their performance and the internal OPEX. So while your governance role should, or probably hopefully does, keeps you out of the detail of that operation, you do have an opportunity to require or direct the CE to get into it on your behalf, chasing various things. The OPEX costs I submitted on included one, community engagement and reserves planning, and expenditure by you in those two areas builds positive relationships with communities, and importantly, it leverages in-kind contributions from skilled NGOs and active citizens, effectively a subsidy back to council. It's a leveraging opportunity. And in reserves expenditure, if only for a short time, but ideally not, this needs a boost, and particularly to get tracks that are closed post-earthquake open again. It's 10 years, councillors, and the Redcliffe citizens want their tracks open again. From my correspondence with the Mayor, I gave examples of unnecessary expenditure in public right-of-way maintenance, road markings and pocket park maintenance. There's money to be saved in those, and it can be found easily. In the correspondence with staff, there was acknowledgement that this was the case. And I want to leave you just with one example of where that expenditure overcomes. Road marking was agreed by the staff to be potential waste. And in the correspondence, we found that while the council has in place monitoring metrics for under expenditure, complaints from the staff, from the citizens, etc., it appears not in some areas to have monitoring metrics for over expenditure. So until you have in place metrics to monitor your over expenditure, you're going to be wasting money in contract services and in delivery. if any of you walk to work or walk with your dogs or cycle, take a look at the yellow road markings and see how many generations of yellow are still available on the ground that have been over-marked unnecessarily. If you can move your yellow markings from annually to 18 months, in 3 years you'll save a third of your budget. There's lots of those to be found. It's the CEA's job to find them. It's your job, Director, to do so. Thank you.
We do appreciate you coming in and actually making the submission. I think that they're very helpful suggestions in terms of looking out for those items of OPEX, which can save quite considerably over a period of time. So thank you. Maddie Suri, is it? And Annette Purvis, Ngā Punawai Sports Hub Trust. Kia ora, welcome.
Morena.
Morena. Good morning and thank you for the time to present today. This is Maddie Suri and I'm Annette Purvis. We're trustees of the Ngā Punawai Sports Trust, and the trust was established to support, promote, development, strategic governance at Ngā Punawai Sports Hub. Firstly, we want to acknowledge the council for its significant investment into the facility and also its ongoing support of its activation. It is an incredible success story. The Trust has a strategic plan that's been in place for 2 years with 3 key pillars. Sport, so maximising, growing, developing, creating greater collaboration between the sports. Community, making sure that our community is well engaged and that it's a facility open to all. And then thirdly, the future, building the future of the park and its future plan. Our submission in particular builds on community and building the future for the park. There's been considerable success with the use of the sports, higher than first anticipated, but it is in the community space that we feel that we have considerable leverage to make.
Kia ora, and just to reiterate, thank you, as Annette has said, for having us here today and for the investment from the council into Ngā Punawai. It is a world-class facility. We just wanted to show you a snapshot today of all the awesome community activity that happens outside of the founding sports. Just a few of our favourites. So we've got the bike bridge, the bottom left-hand corner. That's a group teaching immigrants how to ride bikes. We've got the walk for dementia. We have some Tai Chi if anyone wants to get down and join in. We've got the Not So Sports Club and Ambassador Program for young teenage girls run by the Ford Foundation. And then we have the Ngā Waiwi community group as well in there. And one of our asks you will see is for the polo fields to be put under the Ngā Punawai Sports Hub umbrella, and we think this space will help us deliver more outcomes for the community as well.
So our submission supported 2 items that were already in the LTP, which was the continued development of the entrance from Riggin Road and associated car park development. It's a very busy park, and so that development it's a pleasure to see it there and is well supported. And also the LTP refers to the progressive implementation of the master plan. We, as Maddie has said, we've also submitted that we believe the acquisition of the polo fields into the broader Ngā Punawai Sports Trust would enable us to provide broader recreational use and also event overflow. We're also interested in being able to have some support to do further research and understand what the broader community would want to use Ngā Punawai for. You know, Maddie's shown you some pictures of already some of the opportunities that groups have found, but we believe that there is significant more groups out there that we would like to understand what their needs would be and how we could turn Ngā Punawai into almost a local backyard where local communities or other community groups would come and enjoy it. And therefore we would use that research then to be part of the ongoing review for the development of the master plan, making sure that what we're actually planning for the future actually fits with the community and the sports use.
And lastly, we just wanted to finish by saying how delighted we were to see Christchurch scoring so highly in the National Quality of Life Survey, and we believe Ngā Punawai can help us continue to deliver this to this city going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm assuming that you've talked to the Polo people in relation to the submission.
Yeah, we understand that Polo is actually making a submission to be moved elsewhere.
They have, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Just making sure that everyone was talking
Yes.
to each other.
Yes,
Very good.
definitely.
Yeah. Any questions? No? But look, thank you very much for your submission, and thank you for what you do. I think the success of Ngā Punawai is because of the relationship between the different codes and the way that it's come together, really built on that strong community foundation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Now we've got John Gould, and John's got two submissions, the LTP submission and the climate change submission. He's happy to essentially present the two together, so we'll do that. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I've got to get through a lot of material, so I'll go really fast. Thank you to the staff for putting together a really comprehensive plan. I have a few concerns. These are big questions. The strategic plan states that the well-being of our people and communities is at the heart of what you want to do, and promoting equity, valuing diversity and fostering inclusion is one of the principles. So why is the council wanting to reduce the grants to community projects by 5%? Surely these are the very institutions that you need to be working with in order to meet those things. On that same topic, the homeless people sleeping rough are unlikely to come and submit today, so I'll say a couple of words on their behalf. I've been in Christchurch over 20 years, and in the last several years I've seen those numbers increasing greatly, which shows that inequality is getting worse, and that probably the council and the population of Christchurch are less empathetic than they were 20 years ago. You've got a budget of $13 billion over 10 years. Surely you can spare a few million or tens of million to actually address this problem. Next point, rainwater harvesting. It's an area that I have some expertise in. I've worked on it for 35 years, mainly in Africa, China, and the Pacific. Never really looked at it at Christchurch because you've got so much good water here. But there is a real opportunity if every household in Christchurch had even a 1,000 cubic metre rainwater tank for reducing the capacity of all your stormwater and wastewater network, helping flood protection. I put in a couple of small tanks and found them really useful when water restrictions came in, and excellent after the earthquakes when the water was cut off completely. You want to build resilience, promote water conservation and rainwater harvesting. And that I come back to that. Osnabrück in Germany in the early 1990s subsidised every household with between 1,000 and 2,000 New Zealand dollars to put in a rainwater tank. Particularly, so I'm urging the council to do a cost-benefit study, and particularly looking at households in flood-prone areas to start with. Finally, a point on road safety. The motorway here appalls me because people don't know how to drive. You need a really urgent campaign. You need signage like you have on the passing ways on the state highways to get people to move into the slow lane so they're not weaving in and out. If you don't, there is going to be their lives will be lost, I promise you. And I haven't written a letter to the press yet, but I will soon. So please, driver education and signage. I've got a few other suggestions there. A technical advisory group for citizens to work with staff and council to offer the expertise on water, transport, climate change, biodiversity. Establish a Citizens Sustainability Award scheme aimed at ordinary citizens who are doing great things. Composting, sustainable transport, whatever, on sustainability and well-being. And also I'd like to support Colin Merck's idea of moving from Garden City to first eco-urban national park. Right, I'm coming to the end of my first submission. I don't know how much time I've got left, but I'm going to just break it very quickly, show you a quick ad break, Stay cool, carpool, don't make a fuss, take the bus. Can we have the commercial break? Thank you.
Midtrafik præsenterer bussen. Chaufføren er cool, jeg er cool. Toplækre sædepladser. Gigantiske panoramavinduer med imponerende udsigt. Designer ringeklokker med cool funktioner. Gratis håndtag. Den er stor og lang. Den har sin egen bane. Ja, den er slut. Og den kører også om natten. Jeg er stadig cool. Ja, bussen er cool. Så stå tidligt op i morgen og få en god plads. Midttrafik. Vi skal nok køre dig.
I'm glad you all understand German. This relates to both submissions. My next submission is on the climate change strategy, and you have identified transport as making up more than 50% of the city's submissions. And yet you've got a great bus network, but they're all running empty. They're part of the problem if they're empty. If they're full, make them cool, and then they'll help to address those submissions. The City Council has declared a climate and ecological emergency. The last time there were 420 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere, the sea level, that was 3.5 million years ago, the sea level was 10 to 20 metres higher than it is today. It is an emergency. It may take centuries to unravel, but unless we do something now, our children and grandchildren will not forgive us. So instead of going for net zero in 2045, make it 2035. Go for 50% reduction by 2027. We're still stuck in this endless growth paradigm. Build more, expand, more motorway extensions, more satellite settlements with no thought of sustainable transport. And what about Terrace Airport? And I'm afraid, Madam Mayor, I was disappointed to hear you sort of passing the buck to the airlines and saying they have to decarbonise. You're not going to have hydrogen-powered or electric aircraft flying to Europe or Asia, anytime soon. Maybe that's why you had the electric plane in the library. I don't know if that was anything to do with the City Council, but anyway. A few things on programme number 2, understanding the effects of climate change. You're only looking at New Zealand. Bangladesh is a country the same area as the South Island. It has 170 million people, most living within 10 metres above sea level. Where are they going to go? We've seen what 5 million Syrian refugees have done in Europe. Where are all these people going to go? We're not worrying about 10,000 people from Tuvalu or whatever. There are going to be millions of people on the move. Will New Zealand and Christchurch be willing to accept 1,000, 10,000, 1 million climate refugees? Currently, New Zealand accepts 1,500. It's good to see that you're looking at climate change education, but why not to all schools, not just some? Again, for adapting to green infrastructure, I would encourage you to look at the rainwater harvesting aspect. In terms of carbon removal and restoration, you've got the most fantastic model out at Hinawai, restoring native vegetation. 80% of New Zealand used to be covered in native forest, now it's 20%. There's all this marginal upland farming, and I know that's a different area from you, but invite Jacinda, invite James Shaw, go take them to Hinawai, let Hugh Wilson tell them that his 30-year experiment shows what the whole of New Zealand could be doing. And if you haven't seen the clip, Fools and Dreamers, is a 30-minute one on YouTube, I would guarantee it.
Look, I'm going to have to draw you to a close.
Yeah.
I've allowed you to run
Okay,
over time.
sorry,
because of your video.
I'm on the final point. Transport, carpooling lanes like Auckland, T2 and T3 lanes, run the buses full by charging $2 fares, or let the youngsters, the students, especially under 25s, have the same benefits as the gold card holders. Doing a great job on the cycleways, keep it up, and cycle training for school kids. One final plea, please don't cut the community grants. Please don't close the bus lounges at Riccarton, because you'll need them when the bus is become cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And there's no time for questions,
Thank
I
you.
assume.
No, and
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I am going to say, I hope that you've made an equivalent submission to ECAN.
I did a week ago.
And you showed them the video?
I showed them, no, but Axel showed them it in 2018. I stole it from his submission.
Different round of councillors. I think we'll share it with them. Yeah, thank you very much.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm sorry about mispronouncing people's name, but is it Siddle or Seidel? Siddle. Right, Caroline Siddle. And this again is a LTP submission and a climate change submission. Oh, thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. To begin with, I'd like to say that I was surprised that in this time of a climate emergency, the long-term plan and climate change strategy are separate documents, and I feel that neither document addresses climate change issues seriously enough. I will talk to climate issues first. In 2002, you commissioned an Impacts of Climate Change in Christchurch report. Then in 2010, you produced the Climate Smart Strategy, which included such things as understanding the impacts of climate change, monitoring reporting, growing council and community capacity, and fostering partnerships. Now, we have the current strategy, which talks about establishing a climate leadership group, completing a climate change risk assessment, engaging with communities, promoting awareness, identifying options, and planting 500 fruit trees. Are you kidding me? You declared a climate emergency 2 years ago, yet the next steps in the program are still about developing partnerships, collecting information, and understanding the issues. What have you been doing since the Climate Smart Strategy, beyond, I admit, some excellent drainage work? I appreciate that the earthquakes and central government takeover got in the way since 2010, but there has been plenty of time since for the information collection and relationship building to have been done. We need to do more for Christchurch is a massive understatement. We need faster action here. A climate emergency is just that, and it requires action now. I'm going to focus on the net zero emissions goal. With land transport contributing to 36% of emissions, we need to make some major changes in order to get people out of private vehicles and onto public transport and into an active transport mode. We need to change how the city is shaped in order to change behaviour. In terms of public transport facilities, the Riccarton Road waiting rooms are precisely the sort of facilities that we need, as my co-submitter here said, to make bus use comfortable and normal. If you really can't afford to keep the facility going at present, and I really think you should keep it going, then you need a medium-term plan where these become the norm at all high-use interchanges. In the shorter term, perhaps the council could consider installing public toilets near high-use bus shelters, particularly on the routes where buses are consistently late. For cycling, I'd like you to continue to prioritise cycling infrastructure, particularly the development of separated cycle lanes. The recent cycling infrastructure development has been excellent, but we need to keep the momentum up in order to normalise cycling. We need to keep going and we need to do more. Supporting walking. I'd like to see the council create more slow areas, maximum 30k zones, around all village centres and shopping areas, as you're doing in Woolston at the moment, and near all schools. This is completely normal in other countries and needs to become so here. We need to get cars to slow down in order to make walking and cycling safer. We need to make car driving considerably less convenient to get cars off the road. The car's current privileged position comes at the cost of other road, neighbourhood and city users and is unsustainable in environmental terms. I'd like to see the free inner cities shuttle reinstated or at least evaluated. So in terms of some other goals and programs, I support your greening infrastructure proposals, but would like to see more tangible next steps. I support your carbon removal and natural restoration proposals, but again would like to see more and more tangible steps. In addition to Indigenous planting on Banks Peninsula, I think it would be good to focus on protecting some existing Indigenous forest remnants. There's no point in planting more while you've got existing material being damaged by stock and pests. So moving on to the long-term plan, my overall comment is don't cut services. Austerity hits the most vulnerable and it sucks the life out of a city. To have effective communities, you need to have community spaces and services that work well for people. Specifically, keep the Aranui library hours, keep Fingertip Library going, and maintain the mobile library. Libraries play a key role in literacy and learning support and in community cohesion. Community building is a key council service. It's not all just about wastewater and roads. Continue funding for community organisations. These groups can help the city achieve its goals, particularly around looking after the environment. We can see that the council can't do this on its own, so put more support in to community groups rather than taking it out. In terms of heritage buildings, I strongly support the Arts Centre. As a whole city block, it's a very significant heritage site. Now, I would like to see the council can the multi-use stadium. If completed, this will create a large dead space right where the central city links with the inner city suburbs and will make active transport between the two less appealing and less safe at night. Its construction is also sucking a huge amount of money out that could otherwise be spent on creating a more climate change ready city, or a more socially invested city. This stadium already fails against town planning standards, will contribute very little to community building, and will also likely be an ongoing financial disaster. We know that the build it and they will come theory is bunkum, and we've already heard that the South Island could only support one stadium, if it's lucky. I see no benefit in a race to the bottom with Dunedin. On a more general note, it feels to me like the council has always been a bit afraid of saying what it believes in. You've made a statement about the climate emergency, but then you've gone quite quiet. Continue to invest in climate change education and be clear about where you stand. Be clear about the social issues that are important to the city. Think about getting key messages out to people. Why not run something like a sticker campaign on rubbish and recycling bins? Say one topic each quarter, e.g. recycling, water saving, looking after your neighbours, looking out for pedestrians, etc. To conclude, I want you to be brave and future focused, to be willing to spend now so future generations will have an environment that supports them and a community that is cohesive and supportive and looks after its most vulnerable. Kia ora.
Kia ora, and thank you very much, and thank you for presenting within the time frame as well. Some pretty powerful messages there. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one, sorry, that seems to have. Oh, has that person? So the Heritage Park. Yeah. Well, I don't know why this is down here. So we've got Bruce Coleman and Vanessa Hale from Ferrymead Park. Vanessa. Yeah.
Kia ora tātou. Now for something completely different. We're going to focus on heritage. I'm Bruce Coleman, as I said. I'm a member of the Ferrymead Park Limited company. And Vanessa,
I'm the Park and Finance Manager, and I've been with Ferrymead for just over 5 years.
We'll try and keep this brief so that you have an opportunity to ask us some questions and keep us informed of what your views are. Basically, Ferrymead Park Limited is the company that was designated a couple of decades ago to actually run Ferrymead Park. So I'm sure you'll realise that Ferrymead Park is a home base for 18 heritage organisations overseen by a trust. Our particular role is to actually run the park on a day-to-day basis, employ staff, do events, all that sort of stuff. We've been running now for a couple of decades on a business model that says that we're supposed to get income from park events to run the place, to improve the place, to do capital improvements, to do all of that other stuff. I think it's very clear to us that that model needs a radical rethink. We just don't get enough income from that to be able to do all the things that we need to do. Over the last 2 years, I think it's fair to say that the board and staff have done a really good job of trying to push that model to its utmost by having, for instance, over Easter we We had some really good events and made an operating profit of about $7,000, which sounds good, but when you put that into all the things that we need to do in terms of capital, in terms of maintenance, in terms of earthquake thing, it's very little. So what we're basically asking the council to do is to work with us in a partnership to look at a different model for running Ferrymead. To say we've tried the current model and we don't believe it works. We over the last 2 or 3 years, it's become clear that there are some short-term issues. We don't, for instance, currently have the ability to pay back some of the societies when they do stuff like running trains and trams. They do that at their own expense and their own expense to the material and all that sort of stuff. We can't actually pay any money back to them. We've got into a sort of a feedback loop where the more people you get into the park and the more things you have, that's great for heritage and for people seeing the heritage and being part of the heritage, but it also means you get more costs. So the whole model of trying to run events and so forth to get money to improve the park doesn't really work, because the more stuff you run, the more cost you have, and you kind of find yourself at a... I like to say that we've had really good support from the City Council over the years. The Strengthening Communities grant that we get most years has been crucial to Ferrymead surviving. We've had really good support from staff. So it's not a matter that we've been ignored by the City Council, more a matter that we think we need to go to the next level and look at, say, a partnership agreement with the City Council so that we can actually look at where Ferrymead's going to, what part it plays within the whole offerings of public supported things and heritage and tourism and all that sort of stuff, and work towards that. We have some particular issues that we think the council can offer us with. We've got the earthquake, a number of buildings that need earthquake repairs, as you would imagine. We've had a lot of ongoing deferred maintenance, which is now getting to the point where we don't do something about it, the park will become unsafe, and we won't, in all conscience, be able to really run the park anymore. We've got potential for new audiences, if you like the cruise ships is an obvious example, but that needs some work in terms of preparing for all that sort of stuff. And as a physical kind of amenity at the park has kind of run down a bit over the years. We do our best to keep it going and to pick it up, but it really does need some real major input to get it up to an international facility. So in summary, what we'd like the council to do is enter into a partnership with us to look at the business model that's currently operates at Ferrymead, and to see if we can't have a more forward-looking business model that's more realistic about income and expenditure and what it takes to operate a park like Ferrymead. It's perhaps a reasonable parallel to say that Motat in Auckland gets multiple millions of dollars from Auckland City, and so the 150 odd that we get from the council is probably fairly small compared to that. So first, enter into a partnership. Second, to develop a kind of a action plan to look at the various medium-term issues that we have around earthquake strengthening, around deferred maintenance, around getting around the park, developing the park into a first-class facility. And finally, we obviously support the targeted rate for heritage buildings. It's a great idea, but we don't support it being limited to the central city. Can't see why some of that money couldn't go towards support for heritage at Ferrymead, which after all is probably the only place in Christchurch where people can be actively involved in heritage rather than just going and looking at it.
Thank you. I mean, thank you. You've taken the time made available
sorry.
for the submission. No, that's fine. But thank you for giving some serious thought to the method by which you would want to consider a partnership over a couple of years with a business planning approach. So I really appreciate that, and we'll obviously take that into consideration when we look at the decision making on the LTP. So thank you very much for the time. The next one is Hugh Nicholson and Rachel Shields, Life and Vacant Spaces. Daughter, welcome.
Is the microphone going? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Thank you. Kia ora tātou. I'm Hugh Nicholson. I'm the chair of the Life and Vacant Spaces Trust. This is Rachel Shields, who's our CEO, our worker. She does everything for us. Look, I'll just quickly run through some of the things that we do. For those of you who are not familiar, look, we're a charitable trust, and really we're looking to regenerate and activate, parts of Christchurch by facilitating the use of vacant spaces for creative, innovative or educational projects that benefit the community. We were established in 2012 after the earthquakes, but I kind of think it's a response to vacant land, which we've still got plenty of in Christchurch, as much as a recovery kind of project. We're funded largely, certainly the core funding comes from the council. We've got 7 voluntary trustees and 1 employee. And, and we're certainly not alone internationally. You look at the Renew Adelaide, Meanwhile space in London. So they're it's a model that is fairly well proven. In terms of what we do at the moment, we run about 29 licences, 29 sites. 18 of them are in the central city, 11 are in the suburbs, 10 are indoor sites, and 19 are outdoor at the moment. This year, the last year, we've run 170 projects, and that provides about 7,400 days of that land being used as opposed to sitting vacant, or about 15,000 days of activations, as we call them. So some sites have more than one thing going on at once. Again, all up from last year. We do a whole lot of different projects. We do community projects, community gardens. We help provide land. We provide artist installations and, provide spaces for artist installations, murals, for festivals and conferences, for community recreation. We provide spaces for innovative entrepreneurs. Rollicking Gelato, I think, started out on one of our leases and New Regent Street. And we take on some central city vacant spaces, and we provide businesses and things within those spaces. And we do that in suburban sites as well. And we've got a whole lot of, this is just a list of some of the projects we've got, at the moment, either running or people looking for sites. And I think what I really wanted to end up saying, I've tried to whip through this because I'd like to get some questions, but we think this is a model which is really good for Christchurch. We think that we leverage funding, for the council. You put a little bit of money in, some seed funding. We get a whole lot of money, we get a whole lot of goodwill, land, community involvement back for the city. So, and I think the value of the land that we lease is in the order of $2.8 million per annum if you went and got it on the market. Of course, it's not on the market. That's why it's vacant, and that's why we get it. But it gives you some idea, I guess, about the kind of, the goodwill that we managed to bring back into the city. We think that's a good model for the council. We'd really encourage you to look at a multi-year funding agreement. So at the moment, we're on an annual funding agreement, and we spend, quite a large proportion of each year sort of looking to renew that funding. So if you are going to fund us, we just suggest if you can look at it in a kind of, at a slightly longer term. We think that'd be a really valuable way, which would, we'd reduce the transaction costs and increase the benefit for council in the city. And look, I think we'd be happy to take some any questions you've got.
Great, thank you. James Goff.
Thanks for that. Nice to see you here. Just would you say that there's overlap or synergy with what you do with the likes of some other organisations, such as you've got Life and Vacant Space, obviously, but then there's greening the rubble, gap filler, and that sort of stuff. So overlap or synergy, or perhaps a bit of both?
We try to make it synergy. So we're really the people behind the scenes. So we make it possible for people to use vacant land. We protect the landowner's interests, but also we make it easy for people such as Gap Filler and Greening the Rubble to actually get a site and to use it. We look after the leases and then that background stuff. We have a partnership with the Central City Business Association, so we just kind of recognise that actually, we do some work to support what they do, and they, support us. So that's a good. So I think,
Paul's on your board, isn't he?
Paul's on our board, yes.
Is what you
Yeah, Paul Lonsdale. So the idea is that we can't afford to have overlap, if you like.
Yeah.
So we don't do a great deal apart from the East by East project in the red zone, where we kind of curate a kind of series of activities there. Generally, we'd look to somebody like Gap Filler or Green Lab to do the activities while we provide the land, and yeah.
You're kind of like the broker.
Yeah, with a broker, I guess.
Enables.
Yep.
That to happen. Excellent. All right. Well, look, thank you very much for your presentation this morning. That's very helpful for our consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you. Yeah, good to see you. Next is Annabelle, is it Hasselman? Opawaho, Heathcote River Network. Kia ora and welcome.
Morena, everyone. Morena, I'm Annabelle Hasselman, Chair of the Opawaho River Network, and this is...
Kia ora, Rachel Barker.
Kia ora, Malcolm Long, I'm the Secretary.
So we'd first just like to say thank you for everything that the Council has done to support us over the last year, and especially for your commitment to the water partnership, the upgrading of wastewater and stormwater, the lower Opawaho working group, and the commitment to community groups. There's a whole list there. For those of you who don't know, we're seeking, our vision is an ecologically healthy river that people take pride in, care for and enjoy. And we're doing this, we're becoming a voice for the river, and we're doing this because we care deeply about the health and maui of the river and connecting our community around the river. Many of you know we work collaboratively, and it's all about partnerships at all levels.
Our network supports a time when Ngāi Tahu values are expressed along the river, just as they are in the Avon or Te Karo. So the awa is honoured. We see the visibility of interpretation and art and visibility along the river. We have 20 active river groups along the whole network, and we'll hear more about that later.
So really, we really want to point out that we need a focus on urban rivers, and that a healthy environment needs to be a strategic priority of the council. The Opawaho is the most degraded river in Christchurch, and it suffers from urban stream. There's a huge amount of attention on the Avon o Te Karo, which is great, but we also need to have attention on the Opawaho Heathcote River, which is a tonga. So we need a catchment management plan, and we need a commitment to the actions, key issues along the river. So here we go. Here's we need ongoing programs to improve the health of our most degraded river. We're alarmed that in the LTP that the council will basically be holding its own in terms of water quality, and with all the increase of development in the city, and with the Waterway Ecology and Water Quality Improvement Fund has been deferred for 10 years, and we see that's not acceptable. Sediment is a huge issue, and there's a whole lot of work that's been going on around that, thank you. And just to reinforce that the recommendations of the Cashmere Stream working group need to be implemented, and the City Council needs to lead by example in this space. And there needs to be a huge focus on revegetating those areas of the Port Hills that are key sources of sediment. And here you can see the confluence of the Cashmere Stream and the Opawaho Heathcote River. Stormwater is another key issue. The Community Water Partnership, to focus on the collaboration of developing that with all the partners, and the global stormwater consent and the stormwater management plan in the Opawaho. And here you can see in the lower river, stormwater. The Stormwater Superhero trailer is an amazing interactive resource and a great way of communicating with the public. And we need more of these innovative ways of communicating with our urban population. There's just a huge opportunity there to get our message across.
Many people may not realise that the Ōpāwahu Heathcote is a site of ecological significance, and we look forward to the time when CCC and ECAN collaborate on a weed management plan. And some of the reasons are in the following slide. For example, you'll know yellow flag iris, but on the right-hand side is this reed canary grass, which is really taking over in the lower part, the lower part around Woolston. So this is a trial where it's been sprayed, but without action, that would spread right across the river, and it is, if you go and have a look down there.
If you don't know it, this is Connell Reserve, and across the river from that, in the lower part, is Laura Kent Reserve. And these are great examples of how, if you harness together the action of the City Council and community groups, we get a great outcome. And that's why the community partnerships program needs to continue, or if it's a temporary one, we need to have something that takes its place. And we see this as part of the community water partnership that was signed, the delivery of that. It's supporting education in schools, it's supporting planting, and it's supporting community groups. And there's this great wave of community support that's coming towards our open spaces, and particularly along the river. We started with 9 groups in 2017, now 20 groups, and it could be 30 or 40 if we weren't having to restrain people from joining new groups or creating new groups. And we're doing that because the council only has 2 poor urban park community rangers who have to cover the whole of Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. And we just can't, we can't sustain more community groups without more community park rangers. 4 would be great. An extra 1 for Banks Peninsula would show commitment. And they should be not part of operations, but really part of biosecurity. And it's no use doing all this planting that we're doing and supporting the sides of the riverbank if we keep having people parking on the plantings and the white baiters wrecking them. And not only that, but contractors taking them out. So we're asking for the City Council to do something about enforcing the parking on the riverbanks and training contractors.
There's also consultation needed with our organisation. There's the number of cycleways proposed along the banks of the Ōpāwahu Heathcote River, and we need to be involved in that process, and to date we haven't been, and we need to, with the route selection and the design, so we're seeking involvement in that process. And there's a proposal for the implementation of the proposed Mid-Heathcote linear plan. This was developed about 10 years ago, and we're just asking the question, is the consultation of 10 years ago appropriate? Maybe we need to go back to the community and look at that before it's implemented, and definitely back to us as an organisation. So our key message is, let's all work together and help to restore the Ōpāwahu Heathcote River. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your presentation. I mean, all of the language around partnership and working in a collaborative way, and how much more we can achieve when we work together. You're not the only organisation to come and reflect on the number of park rangers, the urban park rangers. So there's obviously quite a bit of work for us to be contemplating. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Peter Morrison from Hospitality New Zealand. Kia ora, welcome.
All right. Marina, good morning everyone. You would have seen me here before a few times, but this is our new regional manager, Nikki Rogers, who's just started last week with us. So thank you for allowing us to present to you. You would have seen our submission. I haven't got time in 5 minutes to go right through the whole lot, so I will just quickly get on to it. Hospitality New Zealand is a member-led not-for-profit organisation, and we represent approximately 3,000 businesses, including cafes, restaurants, bars, nightclubs, commercial accommodation, country hotels and off-licences throughout New Zealand. Our Canterbury branch has 380 members booked, and the majority of those are in the Christchurch City Council, but we also have members in Selwyn, Hurunui, Waimak and Ashburton, and we are presenting as well to those councils. As I said, we welcome the opportunity to talk to you. General, HNZ does not see strong alignment in the LTP to support an enabling environment of businesses in the city. Within the strategic framework, no specific focus in terms of how the prosperous economy community outcomes will be achieved is highlighted. The city needs businesses to help achieve all their community outcomes and strategic priorities. Thus, a strong and resilient business community in Christchurch needs the support of its council. Continually passing on costs, rates increases and failure to future-proof infrastructure does not support a thriving business community. We are not asking council to fund businesses. We are asking council to enable more development, growth and progress through achieving their core business with excellence and removing unnecessary burdens on business. Infrastructure funding, if you please read this, it is very important to us and businesses in general. Hospitality and accommodation sectors are viewed by some councils as an easy source of funds via targeted rates on commercial businesses or implementing bed taxes. Hospitality New Zealand opposes the introduction of a bed tax as it only targets those people staying in commercial accommodation. You know, I've said this before, everyone benefits out of tourism, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, so everyone benefits. Hospitality New Zealand recommends further consideration as given to implement the Productivity Commission report findings, which is the beginning of our submission. Targeted rates in tourism or bed taxes concern our members who assert these unfairly place the burden of funding infrastructure or promotion on just one part of the tourism hospitality industry. As ratepayers, businesses oppose increases to fund basic infrastructure that they may not receive a direct benefit from, i.e. infrastructure in some areas for Freedom Campus. We would prefer to see central government funding of infrastructure where local councils are unable to fund it themselves. And if new funding schemes are required, there needs to be an emphasis on broad-based levying, and they need to be fair and equitable to all business who will benefit from their further infrastructure development. Short-term rental accommodation, this is a big issue for us. You know, we've been here before presenting to you that, and we are presenting to the hearing on next Monday, the 17th of May. In some parts of the country, and I suggest here as well, the preference for rental property owners to convert to Airbnb or similar is resulting in a lack of available long-term rental accommodation for workers and families at reasonable costs. Hospitality New Zealand, alongside other sector associations, submitted a letter to MBIE in July 2020 recommending a compulsory registration data sharing system that allows for information collection from all operators of STRA and a consistent national regulatory framework. We do recognise that the Council is already progressing well in this space through the PC4 work currently underway, as I mentioned before. We encourage the Council to approve the PC4 with amendments to further control visitor accommodation in residential zones and avoid unhosted visitor accommodation in residential zones. Impose non-complying activity status on unhosted visitor accommodation in residential units, and consider a threshold as to when residential unit is no longer a residential unit when the primary activity is visitor accommodation. Our specific comments, you can read those about the rates. While on average 5.91% increase for business is reasonable in year one, we will want to see further rates increases across the rest of the 10-year plan fall into line with the proposed increases. Our key areas of funding, we strongly support the Otakaro Avon River Corridor development, and myself, being a committee member of the Friends of the Arts Centre, and all our board really support the Arts Centre targeted rate, and secondly, the additional funding for the Robert McDougall Art Gallery base isolation work. These projects enhance key attractions of the Garden City and encourage more visitors to the area. We support more funding for Christchurch NZ. While the funding to the organisation itself hasn't been reduced, HNZ believes you should support Christchurch NZ further as they bring visitors to the area and increase the tourism take through the promotion and marketing of the city and all we have to offer. In terms of Christchurch NZ's economic development work, we would like to see more funding and support for all businesses in the city, not just super nodes or growth industries. Also, not in my submission is the National Sports Museum Trust of New Zealand. I understand that Bruce Ulrich is presenting tomorrow. we we really support their submission, and hopefully we'll get money. You'll grant the money for his feasibility. We are going to help with this as well, the funding. It is interesting that Bruce writes, when we won the right to host the 1974 Commonwealth Games, it was in July 1970, which gave us exactly 3.5 years to build, plan and organise the Games. We're still 3 years to 2024, which will be the 50th anniversary. Why not have this project completed for that year when we will be celebrating these Games again? It is important we keep it as a national project in the public's perception, but Christchurch will get the benefits. We do not support the Central City Business Association targeted rate, even though we're a member of that. The council cannot consider a targeted rate on businesses in the Central City as a grant, given the businesses the grant is going back to have funded the grant in the first place. Furthermore, if the council is aiming to improve the efficiency of the CBD and more people come into the city, charging businesses in that area does not encourage new businesses opening. If council pushes ahead with their plans, we believe the rate should not be a fixed fee. Businesses in that area varying in size and revenue and number of employees. A more nuanced fee structure should be implemented to reflect the proportional benefit.
I think I'll let you end there. I did want you to complete that element of it, because that is distinct from obviously the view that has been presented by the CCBA, but I wanted you to be able to speak to that element as well. So thank you very much for taking the time to make a considered submission and to present to us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Murray James from the Food Resilience Network.
Oh, do I get the middle? Okay, fair enough.
Kia ora and welcome.
Morena koutou. Murray James toku ingoa, and this is Ros Rolls and Sarah Butterfield. We're the Food Resilience Network ata mai e. I'll try and be brief. Essentially, the Food Resilience Network, we've explained who we are. Hopefully you're aware of us. We strongly support other submitters in terms of the Ōtākaro Avon River Corridor, and the fact that we would like to see action brought forward rather than delayed and pushed back as it currently is. The Ōtākaro Avon River Corridor is a jewel for all of Christchurch, not just for the east of Christchurch, and it deserves a priority in being polished and brought to lustre. Stock banking is enormously important within that, because it needs to happen first before others with passion and vision can get in there and start adding some vibrance to that space. So that has our full support in terms of others' submissions about bringing that forward. The Food Resilience Network, we're fortunate to be at what we consider the head of the Ōtākaro Avon River Corridor with our Ōtākaro Orchard space and project. We have struggled somewhat with that project. We've received good support from council. We feel perhaps that central government has, however, forgotten the community-led anchor project in its prime spot right there. And we would ask for council to perhaps consider assisting us as the board in reminding government what an opportunity that is, and help us bring it to life. Where are we? The other thing that's important is that the FRN is not just a building. It's not just the Ōtākaro Orchard. We have a whole bunch of activities that we wish to support. We find funding for those, and particularly for our coordinators, Ros and Chesa, to be quite a challenging area. It is true also for many other not-for-profit volunteer organisations that chasing funding it takes an enormous amount of resource, volunteer resource. Becomes quite tiring after a while. We would ask council to consider the manner in which funding is allocated to worthwhile community organisations. We feel that reducing the Strengthening Communities Fund is perhaps not the right thing to do. We rely on that heavily to keep our organisation going while we execute the work for our communities. We're all about the climate change strategy. We like what's being presented there from council's point of view, and we look forward to being a strong part of facilitating the action that's needed in that space. We have a general view that Council talks about social enterprise, promotes it quite heavily across a range of organisations that we're collectively involved in. We think that's a bit of a myth, and the way that these organisations are funded needs looking at by Council. Take, for example, Avebury House, which we're associated with. It can generate about 30% of its operating requirements. The rest of it has to come from somewhere else. What else? That's probably the bulk of what we've got to say in our submission. If you've got any questions, we'll happily answer.
Thank you. Question, Yanni.
Thank you. It just seems to me from your submission that we've basically got a landing that's just in the wrong place. Do you think there's a case to kind of substitute some funding that's going into the red zone further up the Avon Otakaro River to help the orchard get developed as a landing or a kind of key anchor point along that corridor?
Sure, if you think of it as a landing.
One that we've been funded for by central government with the landings established in the regeneration plan. Is that the one that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, but in terms of funding priorities, we've got lots of money going in for the Avon Otakaro.
Yanni, but I don't want you asking a question that we're not capable of delivering on. So perhaps if you could reframe the question.
Is there anything that you think we could substitute in terms of bringing forward funding for the orchard, given that the orchard seems to be a really good way of dealing with our climate change issue, our resilience issue, our sustainability, and also having some activation along the river corridor?
Yeah, look, we certainly agree with all of those statements, Yanni. In terms of how to fund it, that's probably not something that we can offer comment on to council, but that it needs funding is certainly something that we put out there. We've received good support. We've got a community grant loan that's been provided to us, which helps us get to cold shell. That doesn't help us activate the cafe or provide lease income to our organisation to do its real work. The two key points for me is, yes, it is a landing. There's a bridge there, a new footbridge. There's the band rotunda there. It's a brilliant spot. We wish to activate it, and we will activate it, but we'd love to be able to get there not by having to bake sale it, but by having coordinated, global support in terms of funding to help this board activate the activity, the space, and also up and down the Otakaro Avon River corridor, where our membership organisations are rearing to go and get on with the job.
Thank you very much, and that's very helpful to have such a detailed submission and to have it backed up by a presentation this morning. So thank you very much for that.
Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora. So the next submission is Nigel Tarkovsky and Anthony Wright from the Canterbury Museum. Oh, just Anthony.
Nigel is here.
Oh, Nigel's here.
Kia ora tātou. My name's Anthony Wright, Director of the Museum. I bring apologies from David Ayres, our board chair, who couldn't be with us today, but I'm supported by our independent board members, Tom Thompson, and until very recently, Grant Lovell, who's had to slip away for a memorial event for the two of his staff that tragically died on Taranaki last week. So he's sorry he can't be here. Also supported by Nigel and Margaret Noble, who is our newly appointed operations manager at the museum. I'll crack straight into the presentation because I'd like to make the key points. We're overall very grateful for the council's support, but our annual plan has been very carefully prepared over many years, particularly in relation to the effects of depreciation costs over a 20-year horizon. So we've negotiated this over many years with yourselves and the other three CLAs that support the museum. It's been approved in full by the three district councils. And I just want to raise that the unintended consequences of breaking with it will be pretty significant in outer years. We acknowledge the difficult financial situation the council finds itself in. We request you to review a few points in terms of your provisions in the LTP. And they are particularly, we request that the operating levy, which has been put in at 0%, is increased to 2.7%. That has already been a reduction from the predicted 5% to 2.7%, and that's involved no cost of living adjustments and operational cuts of 95,000. And against that, Christchurch City residents' visitation has increased substantially over the last year from 84,000 residents to 129,000 residents. And there's the overall visitation picture over a 20-year period. You can see, apart from the earthquakes and COVID, it is going in the right direction. We further object to reduction from the 2.7 to 0% because it will mean further cuts to repairs and maintenance. Our buildings are ageing, and so R&M is high. We'll have to look at our touring exhibitions and or staffing cuts as well. This will impact on health and safety, our collection and visitor environment, and our service levels. The long-term compounding impact on levy levels I'll come to shortly. We submit in support of the operating levies for the next 2 years. They are 5% as requested, and we're grateful for that. Thank you. We object to the inflation-only figures that have been put in from 24-25 to 27-28. The next LTP review would be too late for our financial planning, and those figures are critical to our future funding streams. The other CLAs, I note, have included those requested increases in their LTPs. As I said before, they've been previously negotiated and agreed, and they have the effect of smoothing increased depreciation charges post our major capital redevelopment project. The cumulative impact of your draft LTP provisions would potentially require 25 to 30% levy increases in outer years if we don't continue this gradual process that we've negotiated. We submit in support of the capital grants that you have included in the LTP, and they're detailed there in the submission. Thank you very much for those. We ask that you consider bringing forward your capital grant and program timing by 1 year in each case for the museum and the Robert McDougall. It'll cause us, you've pushed out our request by 2 years. We can accept a 1 year later, so we're asking you to meet us in the middle and come back. Any funding delays will create us cash flow problems going forward. So we request that the museum premises start in 23-24 and the McDougall Gallery in 22-23. And that's the effect of going from what's shown in the second to bottom line there in colour to this, and for the McDougall from this to this. We submit in support of the capital program consultation on the Robert McDougall Gallery base isolation. Obviously, the RMG is owned by council and leased to the museum. You have a provision for 11.8 million base isolation and basement under consultation. This is vital for the whole project and also vital to secure the central government contribution. We request that the capital grant is confirmed starting 23-24. And finally, we submit in support of your targeted heritage rate. We agree that this is a great idea for museums, heritage and arts. It provides additional transparency, and we thank you for that. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from councillors? Sarah?
Thank you so much. And we've heard lots over the last couple of years on this. What is the what would the consequence be if we chose not to do the additional funding for the base isolation?
It throws the whole redevelopment project into jeopardy.
In what way?
It's the basis of our resource consent that's out for a hearing is due in a couple of weeks' time, and it's a fundamental part of base isolation underneath the whole of the complex to make it usable. The McDougall basically becomes unusable for museum or gallery purposes without that base isolation.
Thanks.
Thank you. Well, that comes to the end of the time for the presentation, so thank you very much for doing so. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you.
We're running a little bit behind schedule, so this a lot behind schedule. Are people? Oh no, we're good to go.
Okay.
We'll carry on.
I think
Yeah,
we're
Jan Burney. Thanks, Jan. Sorry. What? I just looked at that.
Thank you for the time. Jan Burney from Brooklands. The council land divested from the Crown and services in Brooklands of being well maintained, security has improved somewhat, and the roading team are currently carrying out a program of surface earthquake repairs And to their credit, this team have carried out works exactly as they stated in the time frame they indicated to me. Thank you. However, the earthquake damage to rivers, stock banks, drainage ponds and flood management still have not been addressed. Specific funding for restoration is not apparent in this long-term plan. Early in 2020, a commitment was made to Brooklands to develop an action plan. Funding for a planner, budget for planning, delivery and development plan were derived from the previous long-term plan. Delivery of action required capital established for a budget to deliver works. This was to be from this LTP plan. I can see no specific capital established for a delivery and no specific works identified in this long-term plan for Brooklands. And we had a game plan, but no plan for Brooklands community is materialised. Councils are required to have community outcomes under the Local Government Act. Community outcomes are important, high level and desired goals and aims to achieve. These outcomes seek to improve social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being now and in the future. They are used as a guide to inform the planning process and set out priorities. They also help to focus on a vision. This council has not delivered the community outcome for Brooklands. Brooklands properties have endured market blight due to the red zoning. We must have a higher level of attention for earthquake restoration as a correction. I note that a number of submitters are seeking improvement. Brooklands needs the loss restored. We are still at recovery. I do see an allocation of 21 million to the Otakaro Avon River corridor specifies a portion of that allocation will support future plans for Brooklands, Port Hills and South Shore. This is too vague for a long-term plan. Brooklands was managed by Sarah, Regenerate Christchurch, Council, Community Board, Parks Unit, and now a budget is identified in this long-term plan as being passed to the Otakaro Avon River corridor. The Waitai Coastal Burwood Community Board committed to supporting Brooklands in a written submission to the previous annual plan. The board's oral submission diverted that to this LTP. Council stated a budget from the previous long-term plan, and the council stated a budget from the previous long-term plan, and we now start the process all over again with a budget pushed to another ward's allocation. Council's delivered words, commitments, promises, but no action. Disappointed, confused, frustrated, yes. The council game plan is not right if the council will not provide specifics. The LGA provides that specific funding and financial management policies and information are provided. For this LTP, I am asking the council to provide specific timeframes, specific projects, specific works and specific budget for Brooklands and, importantly, delivery. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jan. Thank you for making the time to come and make a submission. That's come to the end of the time, but thank you for doing so within the time allocated.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Janet Mulligan.
Morena, good morning, Council. My submission is brief and not of huge importance, maybe. However, personally, I have a background in health, acute nursing, home care and volunteer ambulance. Although I'm well retired, I do continue to observe people and understand their needs. I like to walk and ride on the buses myself while I still can and reduce my car use. I'm very fortunate to be able to do so now, but due advancing age, this may not be possible in the future. I was unaware of the proposed closure of the Metro Riccarton bus lounges until I read an article in the Christchurch Star and wondered why a notice could not have been put in the lounges where people could see it. I also wondered what the review which found the lounges were no longer needed entailed, and understand there were complaints of disruptive behaviour by youth, which may have related to the proposed closure. This, however, seems to have declined. I have talked to random people that I encounter when I use the bus lounges myself. Nobody seemed to be aware of these closures, and these are the people who probably are not able to make submissions for one reason or another. I did think of the reason for downturn in use, because the tourists and visitors use the lounges a lot, particularly the big one with Wi-Fi in it. And there were also intermittent closures during the infrastructure repairs of Riccarton Road, on completion of which the bus stop has actually ended up further away from the lounge. I do hope that the closures might be temporary until visitor numbers pick up in time. I also realise that the lounges would have cost a significant amount to set up, I think about 5 years ago, and wonder what the future plan for them would be. Recently I have noticed there appears to be less use, but that may have been secondary to school holidays and continuing very mild autumn weather. But it is to be hoped that any closure can be post-winter if it does come into effect. I agree with all the comments that were made by Community Board Andrea Moore made about the closures. I also note that the central station has 10 buses arriving and leaving it. Riccarton Road has 7 stopping along Riccarton Road near the mall, which is a significant number and I feel justifies the waiting areas. Thank you.
Very much. I mean, that also meets the time allocated, but thank you very much. I've said to a few of the submitters that it's really valuable to have a submission from someone who actually utilises the service rather than making a sort of a distant comment. You're making a very personal comment, and it's very helpful for the councillors to be able to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Tweedy.
Hello, I'm here to talk about the Wharanui pool. I'm a life member of the swimming club and an ex-pupil of the Wharanui primary school, with memories of the pool going back to the 1950s. I just want to talk about 2 things, briefly the cost, and secondly the value of the pool. And the value will be based on the idea of indoor pools compared to outdoor pools, and the different values that pools have. I won't say too much about the cost because I understand that is under discussion to work out realistic projected costs with the swimming club and the council, except to say that you can't assume that the pool is surplus to requirements that as a result of dividing the value by the cost. It can't just be assumed without doing due diligence, and hopefully the time will be given for that. So the second thing is the value. And I'll go back to Dave Kane, a driving force behind the pool for many decades. He expressed his vision that swimming pools should be covered and operational year round. Also said they should be associated with schools. And he was disregarded. So from the mid-1960s, councils all over New Zealand insisted on expansive Lido pools, all outdoors. Today, in line with Doug's far-sighted views, 1/3 of council pools have indoor year-round facilities. That's the Christchurch pools. With the Metro, Linwood and Hornby pools, this will rise to just under 50%. In addition, the establishment pools. The best value return to cost ratio is the indoor pool. Privately owned pools go the year round and dodge the higher cost of outdoor seasonal pools, which we all enjoy on a hot day. The main value of the Wharanui pool resides in its intimacy and community spirit. While pools such as QE2 and the New Brighton hot pools have similar benefits for health and well-being, pools have different values or functions. Aquagym, the Linwood and the Metro pools and the Christ College pools, all in relative proximity, will successfully operate because the Christ College and the Aquagym pools have different values or functions. Christ College students will still use the Metro pool, so it's a misunderstanding between the benefits of a pool and the functions a pool does in its local community. I think what's happened is with the move from the Riccarton to the Christchurch City Council, the council and the club ended up in parallel operating the Wharanui pool. And with the new management, I think there's hope to get back to what it used to be like with this cooperative management of the pool. It's harder to get an understanding with a bigger organisation compared to a local Riccarton Borough Council. Similarly, it's a myth that the closure of the Whanganui pool is needed for the success of the Metro pool. The pools will have similar benefits but different values or functions. For example, Whanganui offers niche accessibility to different local schools, ease of parking for busy parents, and access for older people. The success of any pool depends not on any fancy facilities or their spacing out from other pools, but on good management. Continuing high density housing in the Riccarton area, the emphasis on low impact exercise, particularly for those of advancing years, along with developing and planned functional developments by the Whanganui management, have seen and will see the indoor facility used more effectively in the coming years. Closed parks and people will keep walking and running. You close an accessible year-round indoor pool, and this will be the first time a large pool has been closed in Christchurch. Centennial used to have a small pool, and many people, unlike the closing of an outdoor pool, will give up regular water activity. The club needs a fair and reasonable time to demonstrate the pool's viability in line with other indoor private and public pools that operate, function differently in close proximity to each other. Accept the long-term plan, but facilitate a provisional operation of the Whanganui pool along with the swimming club.
Thank you very much.
Good.
We've had a series of
I
submissions.
had a look at it this morning for the first time.
But it's been really helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ross Christian. So Ross has a bit of a challenge with his hearing, so he's going to listen through the headset.
Right. I thank you for this opportunity for me to speak on behalf of people who are disadvantaged, either from some complaint like gluten intolerance that's embarrassing, or some complaint like a mental illness. I have experienced both mental illness and gluten intolerance. I think that the library should provide resources for all these ways in which we can have a greater wellness for disadvantaged people. For example, my mother had dementia, and during those 5 years I cared for her. This was the only source of inspiration for her to do her many drawings. I think a library should have a library of pictures for people who can do art therapy, because art therapy gave me time to do my own therapy. My own therapy was Toastmasters. Toastmasters gave me the confidence to speak about things like gluten intolerance and also about Western Samoa. Western Samoa, I was marginalised. I couldn't speak the language. I had this problem with gluten intolerance, and the problem was that because I couldn't speak the language and I went to a school called Samoa College, I would go into the library and there would be books of a vocabulary of 1,000 words. What use is that, 1,000 words, to a person who has a vocabulary of hundreds of thousands of words? But fortunately, a new library was set up, the O.F. Nelson Library, and that was a lifeline for me. It had books, Agatha Christie, and that allowed me to get over some of my teenage angst, the acne, the gluten intolerance, and the isolation of not being able to speak a language. And so that brings me on to how that library, if it had a really good library, a really hands-on librarian, and they knew what a benefit a CD would be. Of course, there weren't CDs in those days. There were, unfortunately, big tapes and whatever. If a person had had that ability, imagine what a difference he could have made to my life. But there's so many marginalised people in this city, like there's Ethiopians. What if they were given full resources of the library so that they could learn to speak English better? And then, of course, there's all the great need for the breaking down of the barriers, because that's what marginalised people suffer the most from. Barrages of intolerance, ignorance, and it just becomes a situation where whatever their problem is, it gets worse, because what happens is they resort to shortcuts to happiness, like the drugs. And I've been speaking to some of the mentally ill in the last few days, and all the places they go to, there are gang members. And what do you think gang members are there for? Gang members, their source of income is drugs. And so what I say is, if we can fight that by becoming a wellness community, where everyone can participate, because there is a library that provides pictures for the people who have, like my mother, who has dementia. There's books to help people who have an embarrassing thing, and there's no charges, because the people who are most disadvantaged, and I have been on benefit, where you have to have subterfuge to get around the horrendous rules that WINS puts in place, and without that you would be in a real pickle.
Ross, could I interrupt just for a minute? Because in your submission, you talked about going to St Luke's in Peterborough Street, where you did art classes, and that got knocked down in the earthquake. So I'm getting the sense that you want to see a place like that back in our central city.
Well, I went to the Linwood Library, the old Linwood Library, and that is now holding an art exhibition for the mentally, and there's 15 mentally ill artists who are currently have their works on display in that old Linwood Library.
Yep.
And so rather than just the people of Linwood benefiting from art therapy, I think there's an even greater need for the people who are homeless, the people who are rough sleepers.
Yeah, the reason that I'm helping direct you here is that we've had a submission from a group that wants to do just that, right in the heart of the central city. So I'm sort of feeling like you're expressing the same view, but from the point of view of somebody who would find great value in attending such a place.
Yeah, well, the problem with some mentally ill people is they're hypersensitive. Like, for example, a person came to my indoor bowling club, and he came to the Christmas function, but he didn't realise that he was supposed to bring some food.
Right.
And he was reprimanded for that, and 2 years later is still feeling.
It was a big setback.
Yes, and so
I'm going to have to draw it to a close, because you've come to the end of the time that's allocated for the submission. But I did want to say thank you for coming. It takes great courage sometimes to appear in front of a council and and make a submission, but I want you to know that you've made a difference by doing so. So thank you. Thank you very much for coming.
Right. Okay.
I'll give you a minute. If Lynn Cleaner could come forward.
Not intimidating at all. That's what the person outside said, by the way. It's not intimidating at all. So I think he's wrong. Okay. Hi, my name is Lynn, and I'm here to represent the New Brighton Community Gardens. Thank you from all of our volunteers, trustees, staff, and everyone else who is using the gardens for taking the time to read our submission and the support you gave not just the New Brighton Community Garden, it's more of a community hub really, but all the other amazing community initiatives you support around New Brighton and beyond. We literally could not do it without you. The Strengthening Community Funds is an amazing fund to have for all of us. And my understanding is that the likes of Wellington don't even have such a fund. I guess we do have a deep understanding of the importance of a strong community here. I have been rolling in my bed, trying to think of a way to make you understand and potentially commit to support funds like the Strengthening Community Fund in the long term, thinking of telling you some stories about the collaboration of the truly amazing people and groups I came across, but felt it would not do justice unless you worked within this field, and it's hard to understand. I did not understand it myself before starting my work as a funding and administration manager. So a different approach perhaps. My background is in business and heritage, but my heart is with our community. Just perhaps I can build a bridge here. In business, it's very easy. You have an idea, perhaps meeting a need. Think Christchurch company Etique and the success they had, and you go for it. If it is successful, e.g. you make a financial profit, you invest more for an even bigger profit. Ideally, you make a difference in the world environment at the same time. Any new business should really do. Can we not adapt the same thinking when it comes to community work? Perhaps we just need to redefine what profit looks like. When it comes to community work and working or engaging with children and youth, it is of course very hard to see the profit. It gets even more tricky as it is almost impossible to measure within a financial year. Add to that most community groups are so busy dealing with the stuff society often likes to brush under the carpet. You can understand that we, did not print, that we don't even have the time to share the work and successes we have, and there are many. Okay, by now you might ask yourself, what does she actually want? Simple. A subsidized or very cheap bus Christchurch schools can book online, so they can take students out to places of holistic learning and be engaged in concepts of sustainability, climate change, and growing organic food. A $1,000 bill for 90 kids to come to our garden is just not good enough, and you will not ignite passion for these subjects within a classroom environment alone. A bus is all it takes. On that to note, the global organic food market is expected to grow from 201 billion in 2020 to 221 billion in 2021. We should be only growing organic food in New Zealand and get our kids interested in that. Second, continue the amazing work you started and fund community projects like our New Brighton Community Garden, but also many others who are successful in what they're doing, like a business would fund it, if it was making a profit. Invest, don't cut down what took years to build, by people who either work voluntary or work in part-time position, but work in actual fact 40 plus hours. Society already has a good deal with these dedicated heroes. Please refer to the Aotearoa Community Garden Survey if you need numbers. The work is in the millions of dollars. So please, while you debate and have to make the impossible possible, please come down to touch the earth with your hands and remember what it is all about, and that we cannot afford a society which is disengaged with the ground we walk on. Community Garden fit all the bills what the city is trying and needs to achieve. Let's turn Christchurch into the first sustainable and eatable garden city in New Zealand. Let's ignite the passion in our children. Let's show the world how it's done while we have their attention. Let's make Middle Earth sustainable in the long term. Please feel free to visit our garden to find out more.
Thank you. It's a lovely garden. I've been there more than once. I think, James, you probably have as well.
I recognise a few places.
Yes. Oh, well, look, thank you for what you do. It's much appreciated. And thank you for giving us some food for thought.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Lottie Vinson from the Canterbury WEA. Kia ora and welcome.
Kia ora. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to come and speak to our submission. It's about the proposed rate remission changes for not-for-profit organisations. So I work for the Canterbury Workers' Education Association, also known as the WEA. We've been in the central city for more than 100 years, providing adult and community education for the people of Christchurch. And we've been in our current community centre in Gloucester Street since 1957. I really just want to make one main point, which is that there are two different ways in which you can look at the rates rebate for not-for-profits and charities. Either you can see it as a let-off, if you like, something that you let those in need or those in financial hardship off of as sort of handout for organisations that are struggling. Or you can see it as an investment, an acknowledgement of the great work that's being done for no profit for the city, because you know that by making this investment, every dollar is going to be spent on enriching the social fabric of the city, on providing for those who are less fortunate and the most vulnerable, and for enhancing the city's environs. So I'll just use the WEA as an example. I wrote in my submission that we have invested income, and this is used to fund our programs, which we offer to the community at well below market rates. And this we choose to do so that we can make education affordable, which is something that we believe passionately about. We're also just about to start really quite major renovations. We're very excited to get our consent through from council. We have a really ageing building and it needs a lot of work, which is going to cost a lot of money. And we've been saving up money to do those renovations and earthquake strengthening as well. But under the proposed changes, we won't be eligible for the rates rebate. Now, can we actually afford to pay the rates in full? Yes, we can. But will paying those rates in full impact what we can do for the citizens of Christchurch and impact the renovations that we can do on the building? Absolutely. Because every dollar that we spend meeting our rates obligation, it's not a dollar in the organisation's pocket. It's a dollar that we can't spend on programs and on renovating our beautiful building. So there will be a cost ultimately, and it's that we feel that it's the people of Christchurch that will pay that cost. So I would just urge you to reconsider this proposal to change how the rates rebate is distributed to charities. I would ask, I'm really interested to know if some work has been done to find out how many charities own their own buildings and just what sort of savings are we looking at with this change. I don't know if that work's been done. And I just think you just need to really weigh up the cost and the loss and if it's going to be worth it. So I'd urge you again to consider the rates rebate for charities as an investment given to organisations who work incredibly hard and who will spend every penny, whether they spend it today or tomorrow, on enriching the social and environmental fabric of this great city. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you were here when I said to someone else that it really does help to have practical examples of how proposed changes impact on different organisations. So it was a very worthwhile submission. Has anyone got any questions? Sarah.
Thanks, Lottie. So just to be clear, the WEA has investments which it then uses the interest from to fund activities, which is why you sort of meet the threshold for the new proposal. Plus, you've got savings to do the renovations.
Yes.
But that's all tagged as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that investment fund means that we don't have to. We've heard today, even just while I was here, from people about the importance of the Strengthening Communities Fund, but having that investment fund means that we don't need to apply for funding grants through things like the Strengthening Communities, because that in effect is our funding. But if we only have the income from it to spend, and the more we spend of that on rates, the less we can spend on providing meaningful programs. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one is David Close, Christchurch East Labour Electorate Committee. Now I've got to declare a squillion conflicts of interest on this one, but having been the former MP for Christchurch East, having known David Close for a squillion years, was my campaign manager at one point. How many conflicts do you want? But welcome. Good to see you.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Sarah will do the presentation. Sarah Whitcomb-Dobbs.
Tēnā koutou katoa, e mihi ana ki ngā tōku o nehi o Waitaha e noho nei au. Ko Sarah Whitcomb-Dobbs, tōku ingoa, nō reira, ngā mihi mahana ki ngā whānau whanaunga. Kia ora, I want to also introduce David Close, who was on the council for 24 years, as you've just referred to. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Labour Electorate Committee, Christchurch East Local Policy Committee. So I'm the chair of that, but David Close is probably the brains. We are going to speak about two things, one smaller thing, one larger thing. The smaller thing is libraries, the larger thing is housing. We noted that the long-term plan proposes cutting the opening hours of libraries, and we consider this a real disappointment for people who use libraries, many of whom are really vulnerable. They are a last bastion of free, public, democratic spaces where people can go and access a bunch of things in addition to books. So you will have had other people talk to that, and the gentleman who spoke prior to us, I think, made that point really well, of the value of libraries. Our submission is quite detailed, and we've commended some aspects to the council, but we're here to drive improvements, so we're going to talk to key deficits with regard to housing in particular. As we know, there's a housing crisis, and the council itself has set itself a goal of the provision of accessible, affordable and safe housing for vulnerable groups of people, in particular the elderly, people with disabilities and people on low incomes. I would also add that there are many people who are unable to access housing through private rental markets because of their own difficulties, in that they may not be able to keep their spaces there due to addiction or mental illness. And social housing is an absolutely essential part of safely housing people with those kinds of challenges. I have a professional interest in this. In my professional life, I'm a child psychologist. I work for Oranga Tamariki, and as part of my work, obviously, I go into a range of different homes, and the state of the homes that I go into where infants and preschoolers are living would make your hair stand on end. The social housing the council provides is good, but the 10-year plan is to restore the social housing units to the numbers that were existing before the 2011 earthquakes. There is no increase in social housing in the long-term plan. Despite the increase in population and the increase of proportions of elderly people in our community, the existing housing stock is good, but it is so inadequate to address the need. So we propose in our submission that the council recognise the discrepancy between their own stated purpose of the housing policy and the actual implementation as described in your long-term plan. We suggest that you debate in open house the decision regarding funding housing only from user charges and the rates.
The income-related rents.
That's the phrase I was looking for, thank you. And we suggest that you amend the long-term plan to provide for 500 additional social housing units in Christchurch. And I've left some time for questions.
Good. Sarah?
Thank you. Do you think that it's important that the City Council itself own the housing, or that housing is increased overall, even if it's us enabling it in other ways?
So we saw that enabling in other ways. So do you mean through Ōtautahi Housing Trust? If it's, do you want to speak to this one, David?
Yes, I don't think it matters how the houses are provided, but provided they are provided. Now, the council has chosen to do the work through the Ōtautahi Housing Trust, but the Ōtautahi Housing Trust has not got the capital. The council has got the resources to provide that capital. I think the preference is for those houses to remain on the council's balance sheet. It increases the council asset. It makes the council stronger. And of course, the income-related rents do provide a significant proportion of servicing the loans that you'd need to take out. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, we're also talking to CCHL, our holding company, about whether there's a model that gets the best of both worlds as well. So we are looking at it.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, and I've read that, but the point is you've actually got to put money into housing. You've got to have capital in order to build housing.
True.
And any scheme which relieves the council of putting any real money into housing is not going to cut the mustard. You've followed that model for the last 10 years, and it's take another 10 years to get back to the number of units this council had and facilitated in 10 years' time, taking 20 years to do it. And it's such a discrepancy, as Sarah said, between objectives you've set for yourself in housing and your performance.
Well, thank you very much. That's very well presented, so much appreciated. Yes. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Now, I think we're over time. We'll just carry on. I mean, just about back on time. Eh?
If we didn't do that.
Yeah, that's right. So, so could David Miller please come forward? Sorry, thank you.
Tēnā koutou
I haven't
katoa.
been managing the meeting properly. I've been letting people drift, so...
Oh, well, I'm always grateful for a little drift, Madam Mayor. It's a pleasure, as always, to see you and Councillor Turner again. Thank you, and the rest of you, of course. So I'm a little bit schizophrenic this morning. First of my presentations is about Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, and then in 4 minutes and 38 seconds I'll wear another hat as chair of the Friends of Akaroa Museum. So as you know, in 2018, the Council was one of 14 signatories to the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula MOU, and this formalised the community-led program to protect and enhance biodiversity on the peninsula through the widespread eradication of animal pests. We've made a lot of progress with funding support from the Department of Conservation and Environment Canterbury. We now have a $10 million 5-year program. We've recently employed 13 staff, and we're targeting eradication programs for Kaiteriti and for the extended wild side, which is just over 20,000 hectares on southeastern Banks Peninsula. These are the first areas in a progressive rollout to eradicate animal pests such as possums, rats, stoats and feral cats from the peninsula. Alongside this, we have a program for the removal of feral goats from the peninsula, and a substantial work program to engage with households and community-based groups for local trapping programs. Now, for the last 2 years, the Council has helped the community-based predator control program, such as predator-free Port Hills, around the Port Hills and adjacent areas. The $60,000 provided for both of the last 2 years has included direct support for trap building workshops to enable progress towards our goal of 4,000 households engaged actively in trapping by 2024, and supported pest control for Te Kahukura. Where for the long-term plan, we're seeking council support to expand these programs. Specifically, we're asking for funding of $120,000 for the 2021-22 financial year to continue the current initiatives already underway for locally led pest control activities and for Te Kahukura. An expansion of this funding to $200,000 in the following year and a continuation of this for the life of the LTP is also requested. This will enable the extension of this program across the peninsula and into the adjacent Christchurch suburbs. We're also seeking funding of $40,000 a year until year ending June 2024 to continue support for eradication of feral goats from the peninsula. This is a really important collaborative initiative led by the rural community on the peninsula and supported by council staff, the Department of Conservation and ECAN, and it has significant benefits for biodiversity, economic and carbon sequestration, as I've outlined in my written summary. So there's a lot more I could say about that, but rather than prey on your patience, because you have it in front of you, I'm happy to answer questions.
Do not ask us questions. Okay, that's fine. Pauline.
Thank you. Just one out of interest. We read in the paper recently about the deer on Quail Island.
Yeah.
Is that on your radar as well as the goats, or?
It is on our radar. The constraint we have is that in formulating Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, we were required to do a few things, but one of them was to guarantee eradication of one particular species. And the bulk of the money we received to get started was from Predator Free New Zealand 2050, and they were focused on possums, mustelids, and rats. We've expanded it with your support to include feral goats, and we know quite a lot about feral deer on the peninsula. But to make that happen, we would need a whole additional funding stream.
Is there any way we can stop them just getting to Quail Island? Obviously, they go over when the tide's out, do they?
Yeah, they swim. They're good swimmers.
Can they swim like at any time, like even when the tide's right in? Or are they going over when it's low tide?
I'm afraid I'm not an expert on deer behaviour or swimming activity in particular, but we can find out for you if you'd like.
I just wonder if there's one access point that maybe we could look at fencing it off, because it appears that they're actually undoing all that good planting work that's happening on Quail Island.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Good. Well, thank you. That brings you to the end of that one. And if you would like to put your Friends of Akaroa Museum hat on, and I see you've been joined by
Nigel Harrison.
Hi.
Community board member.
And also the chair for the Museum Advisory Group in support of this submission. Thank you.
So it's a slightly different mood in this presentation, Madam Mayor, but particularly we're asking that there be no service cuts to Akaroa Museum. We're adamantly opposed to them because it's central to our lives. The museum, as Peninsula residents, it fulfills a major role in support of education, research and tourism in Canterbury and beyond, and it's a central element of a nationally historic site and has strong links with Anuku Runanga. Again, the detail is in the written submission, so I won't prey on your patience. But I'd like to demonstrate the fundamental importance of the museum to our Peninsula folk. At the AGM for Foam last year, it was said, and I quote, the This museum is about us, whether we or our families have been here for generations or for months. The stories it holds are universal and specific, timeless and historical. A museum isn't a collection of the dead. It is a conversation for the living, for those looking in and on, seeking to learn more about why we are who we are and how this happened. This museum is the beating heart of our peninsula. It is of us and for those who follow. As the recent Red House Bay purchase by this council testifies, Akaroa is a nationally significant historical area. It's become an important hub for international and domestic tourism. For over 50 years, we've worked hard to ensure that the magic and mana of our part of New Zealand has been appropriately captured and preserved. The museum has had a long association with Onuku Runanga. We've put on exhibitions together. The need to maintain access and service levels is seen particularly in the importance given to Akaroa Museum as an educational resource by schools in the South Island. In the months up to from February to May 2021, actual and planned school visits total 22 different schools, including 559 students from Christchurch, Canterbury and Otago. Here's some school feedback. The Akaroa Museum is an essential facility for anyone studying the history of Canterbury. It is a valuable collection of archival material which museum educators guide our students through every year. This year they accommodated 60 of our Year 13s, and I know many other schools visited them. Students have said things like, they've focused on the fact that the museum has sources unavailable elsewhere. To quote, "The Akaroa Museum provided me with sources that I wouldn't have been able to access on the internet." We get a deeper understanding from all the museum archives. Our point is, cuts to service levels will inhibit this crucial educational resource. I'd also like to ask about the proportionality of proposed budget cuts. The activity management plan for the art gallery is proposing a 10% cut in activity costs for the museum over the next few years, and a 12.5% cut in staff and contract personnel costs through to 2029. FOAM therefore has a question for the Council for which we'd like a direct answer. Are the size of cuts proposed to Akaroa Museum's activity, staff and contract costs the same as those being proposed elsewhere, for example to the art gallery and other services? We're also concerned at language within the activity management plan that gives hints how service cuts may be made in the coming years, including, and I quote, "where there are potential reductions in levels of service for lower priority sites." We seek assurance from you by your answer to this direct question. Is Akaroa Museum considered by the Council to be a lower priority site? And if so, why? There's another thing I'd just like to add before I hand over to my esteemed colleague.
The time.
I see the time. The documentation presented in support of the proposed service cuts is unreadable. You've had me here before complaining about the appalling quality of your background documentation, and unfortunately it hasn't improved. I urge you to read my written submission and you'll see why we're so grumpy about it. Nigel.
Just one thing, very quickly. Banks Peninsula is going to get an international geopark status in the near future, and heritage is a vital part of that legacy going forward. It's the cradle of Banks Peninsula. Heritage tourism is something that we should be focusing on, and also educational tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you both.
Thank you. The next is me, Pam Richardson, Banks Peninsula War Memorial Society.
Yes, so I am also the chair of the Feral Goat Committee, and yes, we've got a feral control eradication program on the way at the moment, and it's going tremendously well. I had to just get that in. But I have got all my props here today, so I am today talking about the Banks Peninsula War Memorial. And you all should know where the Banks Peninsula War Memorial. It's a piece of, it's right in the hub of town, next door to the service centre. The bank building, it's at the middle of our town. It's a very precious site, and it's looked after very well. So this submission is in regards to the rates remission, of which the society has had a remission for many years. So we're just asking that it be continued. The area is used by many people. It's used for Anzac Day. It's used for weddings. It's used for a whole range of groups using it, picnicking. We have plans that people, if they want to use it specifically for sites, that they apply, and it's discretionary use of that site. So it has been an attraction for thousands of visitors and tourists to Akaroa, and it's very important to our community. It represents a number of those that lost their life for us today. So we're just asking that you continue to consider the rates remission policy and take account of property and facilities that provide a direct public benefit, and continue to grant a rates and remissions to those properties. Just short and sweet submission. And that, we don't want to be applying every year for a rates remission. It's ridiculous. We should be having ongoing rates remission for this particular organisation.
Short and sweet. Any questions? No, I think that was...
Right, I'll leave the Akaroa Mail, which has got some photographs of the Anzac Day ceremony in here, and you can pick that up and have a look at it.
Very good.
If you want it.
Thank you. Next is it Kai Hitchcock from the Green Lab?
Alrighty. Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki ana tangata whenua, ko Naitua Huriri, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. Ko Waio, ko Kai Hitchcock toku ingoa no Ingurangi o Kutupuna, ko te tiriti o Waitangi toku waka I whana mai o I Wanganui, kei ototahi toku kainga I nai nei. Ka nui te mihi ki a koutou katoa. Atamarie. My name is Kai, my pronouns are they, them, and I'm the Program Director at the Green Lab. Thank you for the opportunity to submit on this draft long-term plan. The Green Lab creates urban green spaces for social good, working alongside communities and partner organisations to create empowering experiences and to contribute positively to the fabric of our city. We are one of many threads of creative, community-focused organisations that weave a tapestry of creative projects, community engagement and connection that contribute to a vibrant sense of place and identity in Ototahi. We specialise in collaboration and often act as a conduit. As a small organisation seeking to create significant impact, we weave connections and work with others to complete projects we could not do alone, pooling resources and maximising their social good. We seek to uplift the collective rather than compete. When working with communities, we often take a participatory approach that involves end users in the design and construction. This approach is an investment of time, skill and resourcing into communities of need, which has been made possible through Christchurch City Council's generous support. Our mahi promotes social connections, fosters community spirit, builds capacity, and empowers active citizenship. In the past year, we've created 6 new greening installations. We have created volunteering participation opportunities for over 120 Cantabrians who have spent more than 500 hours collectively working with us. We have completed 2 community co-design projects with Hornby Community Care Centre and a collective of organisations from the Richmond community. We've collaborated with over 14 local organisations during this time, as well as a host of project partners, sponsors, maximising the potential of our outreach, which is built on the foundation of your support. The Green Lab tautoko and are strongly aligned with the strong community, creative and artistic intentions of the Christchurch City Council as evidenced in your LTP consultation documents and other recent strategy documents. Organisations like ours that foster creative placemaking and the arts actively contribute to creating a livable, connected and resilient Ototahi. The outcomes of our mahi contribute to engaged and happy citizens, resilient, connected communities, vibrancy, joy, and improved economic activity, sustainable practices, innovation, and future thinking. And these are all outcomes identified as key priorities by you over this coming period. We see the results of this directly in our mahi through the comments from those involved in our projects, like these from the Hornby Community Care Centre volunteers. Quote, I liked helping the community. Coming helped me talk to different people and be friends. It helped me to talk in general. It helped me find my voice. I'm not afraid to speak up now. It's really good for mental health to have a place to come and be helpful, make a useful contribution. The end result is bigger than me, and I'm feeling proud. Being part of the project has given me a sense of self-worth, as I know that in my own little way I was able to contribute to something that would benefit the community. I learned a lot of skills, like using power tools. Thanks to the Green Lab for the opportunity, as I didn't only learn new skills, but gain new friends. I like that the courtyard is now a secure place with lots of potential. I'd like to see art projects happening here. We had enthusiastic camaraderie and a shared experience, and it's something that's lasting another generation for the grandchildren. I learned how to use an angle grinder. A core part of our mahi is reliant on relationship building. It is an integral part of both cross-organisation and culturally responsive collaboration. Creating relationships and fostering community connections takes time and engagement at a grassroots level. For almost a decade, you have trusted us and our sibling organisations, Life in Vacant Spaces and Gap Filler, to do this mahi with communities while you took care of the high-level city governance. Our partnership with you has enabled our mahi to continue through changing circumstances of our regenerating city, through a global pandemic, and we have contributed significantly to Ōtautahi's community sense of place and international reputation as a global placemaking leader. We ask that you continue your commitment to us and our sibling placemaking organisations and support multi-year funding so that we can spend our time where it matters the most, on the ground, delivering projects and making connections to tend relationships. We, like many of our partners and collaborators, are committed to seeing a community that is flourishing, that is connected, resilient, engaged, and happy. We implore you to allocate funding to the Enliven Places project, to enable the Toi Ōtautahi strategy, and to invest in the Strengthening Communities Fund. We believe that these investments in arts, culture, and placemaking are a part of getting the basics right. It will serve the community and help you achieve your goal of giving people a sense of belonging that encourages them to take part in the social, cultural, economic, and political life of the city. Ngā mihi nui, kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. And thank you for presenting within the time frame that we've allocated. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next is Richard Suggett.
Kia ora koutou. This is personal submission, and the part of, I commented on a number of things in the long-term plan, but what I want to focus on is the proposed disposal of land behind Diamond Harbour. It's slightly perplexing that myself and other members of the community actually have to submit on this, as in 2019 it was declared to be a strategic asset, and that was backed by the council and the community board. Anyway, here we are again. It's a bit like a zombie project, having to argue that there needs to be adequate consultation, and a one-liner buried in the back of the long-term plan is not adequate in terms of Local Government Act as consultation goes. There we are. That's the land. Others already have spoken to you about this and will speak to you again. Other people will. Essentially, I want to support what the submissions of the Community Association and the Reserves Committee and the Community Board submission. You can see it's bounded by a considerable amount of housing and that has school in the top left-hand corner and limited road access once you take into account proposed covenants. These covenants are in a state of being finalised, but most of those, the vegetated darker green areas, are going to be covenanted. However, there's a number of points I want to make about that. The boundaries haven't been defined yet. There's the actual total size of covenanted area is larger than the actual non-covenanted area. Therefore, the complexities of that covenant management, there's a lot of restoration work undertaking, dominates the land. And lastly, the actual covenant idea is basically, I think, is rather a silly one. I don't actually understand how the council can have a covenant with itself and then going to sell the land to some developer who will then have a covenant, and then the citizens who are doing the restoration work will have to deal with a developer. They should be reserved. Those areas just should straight be reserved. Right. Moving on now to the next final slide. That's a smaller portion to be sold. That represents the complexity of this proposal and why there should be consultation. Those bits in red have been amalgamated. On the top right-hand side, those are areas that I've spent the last 6 months watering the plants in. They're not included in the proposed covenant. Running across the middle portion there, you'll see a white line. That is a school track, which has been put in by local residents with support of the council. There's no protection for that either. Essentially, if you also see, there's a triangular portion which is of council land that has been encroached by a neighbouring property. And you can't sell that sort of thing in the state. Basically, this is a half-baked proposal. There needs to be adequate consultation with the community. Community interests need to be taken into account, and I ask that you actually have this removed from the long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you. You've wrapped that up in the time frame allocated. And as you say, there have been a number of other submissions as well, so we'll be taking some further advice on it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next one is Robin Simon.
Hi, my name's Robin Simon. I'm a new resident of Diamond Harbour. I'm pleased that I've just spoken after Richard has. If you look at my submission, you'll probably be familiar with it. It's one that was actually written by Richard. I only know Richard by reputation. I've never actually met him before, but I got emailed a copy of the submission as to be used as a template, and I just got lazy and copied it and pasted it into the submission. There's probably no point in me wasting your time. I just agree 100% with Richard. Back him up. I am concerned about the gullies there. That's, as a new resident there, I'm impressed with those gullies. I'm 2 minutes walk from my place. I'm in the middle of a wilderness, and the amount of plantings that have been going on there, the amount of work that local people have been putting in there, planting these trees and maintaining it, and eventually that will turn into bush-clad gullies. They'll be amazing, and I think the council has a responsibility to protect that and the pathways that have been put through it. There's been a huge amount of work from the local people, so I guess that'll be my contribution. Just to ask that's looked after, but I won't waste your time anymore. Richard has said it all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you? So hang on. You've excited a question. You've excited a question from Phil.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for your submission, and Richard as well. Yeah. In essence, because I look at, putting my developer hat on, I look at it and say, oh, this is lovely. It's got roads right round it. So you can go in and chop some off there and chop some off there. But the most important parts of it are the dark green bits. If they were, I know they've got covenants on them, but if they were turned totally into reserve for the community, would you have any objection to that, and the light brown bits were turned into housing? Are you against any housing over there at all?
No, me personally, I'm led to believe that that's already been designated. It's already zoned as residential, and I presume it's just going to be an inevitability that housing will get there sooner or later.
If all the dark green bits, all the green bits, and some of the smaller green bits by that, where that waterway looks like, I've just looked at the overhead plan, the aerial plan. The waterway that goes through there, if that was maintained as a reserve either side of that, and only the light brown bits on the plan were residential, would that help?
Yes, well, so that's why we're wanting to consult with the locals to figure out just where the boundary should be.
But you wouldn't want that to proceed without a broader consultation. I think that's the essence of your submission.
I think also, I mean, if there's potential up to 30% increase in the population of the place. That has a huge impact on a little community. And the land that's there, I mean, there's a school there. Is there going to be provision for the school to be made bigger? Is there land put aside for that? There's going to be...
raising a number of issues which are the infrastructure constraints that may exist in the area as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I've got... Where am I up to? Harry Stronach, Akaroa Ratepayers and Residents Association. Good. Kia ora, welcome.
Hello. Good morning. The consultation document for the long-term plan was full of pictures of summer and smiling children and so on, in the way that long-term plans normally are. The reality is actually a little bit different. The general satisfaction survey that the council commissioned last year shows that in the previous 5 years, the general satisfaction of the council performance has gone down from 74% to 50%. Now, that's a completely unsustainable trend for any organisation. If it continues like that for the next 5 years, you'll be down to about 30%. So what's the council going to do to improve its performance, especially the core activities, and earn the respect of the citizens that it represents? What is it about the long-term plan that's actually going to make a difference? I mean, I've read the long-term plan, I don't see the answer. What I see is perpetually rising rates and diminishing services, and a steadily increasing disconnect with the ratepayers. In our area, the Banks Peninsula and Akaroa, in the last 2 years, we've conducted our own surveys, and the satisfaction of council performance has gone down from 12% to 4%. We now have over 90% of our respondents saying that they're not satisfied with the council performance. The trend is exactly the same as in the city, but why is it that in Akaroa and the Peninsula we seem to be 3 or 4 times more likely to be dissatisfied? We believe that the underlying reason is that the council is unable to grasp the fact that the one-size-fits-all approach just doesn't fit. The Peninsula and Akaroa, they're fundamentally different places to the rest of the city. We have different attitudes, different aspirations, different ideas. If we're going to work together for a constructive future, then the council needs to put real meaning into the talk about strengthening communities. What we have at the moment is a widespread feeling that the council is remote, unapproachable and deaf. There's been repeated occasions where the council seems to ignore the results of the consultation process and just presses on to a predetermined outcome. That's led many people to think that these processes are just a complete waste of time. Now, that's very unfortunate. That's not the way things should be happening. This is leading to a progressive breakdown in the levels of trust and respect between the community and the ratepayers and the council. And that's a direct driver of those survey results I mentioned. Here's some key areas where the Peninsula people feel that the council is failing. The Akaroa Service Centre, and this will come up with other submitters, unilaterally deciding to downgrade it and then proposing to close it. Neglect of peninsula roading. You could read the entire long-term plan and not realise that the council runs a 230 kilometre network of rural roads. We see the streets in the city being, flashed up every time we come to town, but we're not seeing that on the rural roads. They're going the other way. The Akaroa wastewater saga. Lack of any strategic planning for our area. There just isn't a long-term plan. The fallout from the cruise ship debacle. There's no cruise ships at the moment, but that wasn't the council's doing, and we need to have a plan and a permanent solution. The Akaroa freshwater crisis. In the long-term plan, it says that the projected increase in demand for freshwater in Akaroa is going to go up by less than 1% per annum for the next 30 years. I mean, that's ridiculous. The real number is more like 10%. People are going to Akaroa and they're living in those houses that were previously unoccupied. It's not about the expansion of the township, it's about the population density. If the council documents talk about climate change, it says somewhere there that Akaroa is especially vulnerable to increased drought risk. Well, it certainly is. Here we are in the middle of May, and for about 3 months there's been a ban on outdoor water use in Akaroa. That's no way to run a community. the existing water supply is simply not adequate, and the situation is going to become increasingly dire. You know, dry weather, more people, increased demand. The council is failing in a core responsibility of providing an adequate water supply. And this is an urgent and important matter. I mean, you need to be planning to double the capacity. So the council, you can't keep ignoring the fact that more and more ratepayers are dissatisfied with your performance. What the ratepayers and residents want is the efficient delivery of basic services, water and roading. What they do not want to see is the unnecessary gold plating, waste, inefficiency and frivolous projects. And that's me for the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. You've just summed that up in the time allocated, so I really appreciate you doing that, and thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Penny Carnaby, Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. Oh, and also the climate change submission, so if you just want to flow across one to the other.
Yes. Morena koutou, ngā mihi nui o tēnei rā ko Penny Carnaby tōku ingoa. I am the very new chair of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and I have with me Kate White, who's been associated with the trust since its inception over 20 years ago, and also was part of the work done to create the covenanting authority that the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust has. So deeper questions on biodiversity, I will get Kate to answer. Look, it just seems to have a really important edge to the LTP this year, because it comes under the umbrella of the climate change strategy. So what I'm going to do is give our comments on the climate change strategy, and then I'm going to link that with the LTP and what we need to see, and make 7 points on the LTP. So I'll roll it in together. To begin with, the Trust does congratulate the Council on declaring a climate and ecological emergency in 2019. We acknowledge and agree with the urgency signalled in the strategy and encourage the Council to act decisively. This is a very important issue, and it really drives, in our view, the whole of the LTP. We see it as an opportunity for the Council to showcase the landscaping unique biodiversity of Banks Peninsula, and including the Port Hills. And we hope the CCC will draw inspiration from the Banks Peninsula ecological restoration story and use this as an exemplar, showing by how working together we can protect land, water and soils, and let the natural regeneration and native vegetation increase, and by doing so accelerate the sequestration of carbon. That's a really important point in terms of climate change. We see the climate change strategy as a vehicle to leverage and celebrate all the aligned activities on the peninsula, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But we do, while we absolutely support the overarching framework, we think the Council's done a really good job in describing the goals and the programs, and I think your team, the enthusiasm with which they talk about it is quite inspirational. We do have concerns, and it is to do with the LTP. While the strategy itself, the climate change strategy, is very clear in its outcomes and directions, we're particularly concerned that the draft LTP, that there is a disconnect, is the best way to say it, between the aspirations of climate change strategy and your LTP. And this is a real concern. But look, there are opportunities in the climate change strategy. It talks about achieving our goals together. And we certainly support the way it's structured. We're particularly, our submission is particularly relating to Goal 4, Guardians of Our Natural Environment and Taonga. Programme 1, Building the Foundation, Partnerships and Resourcing. Programme 5, Carbon Removal and Natural Restoration. In relation to Goal 4 and Programmes 1 and 5, the Trust acknowledges and supports the submissions presented by the Rod Donald Banks Peninsula Trust and Federated Farmers of New Zealand. There's considerable agreement with us in relation to those programmes. Look, one of the other things that's really good about the climate change strategy is that the way you signal that you want to deliver the programs, the council quite rightly says we can't do this together. That we need to build a groundswell of support. And in that regard, one of the signatures of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust's work is our ability to facilitate and to lead collaborations across agencies, CCC, ECAN, DOC, Runanga, Ngāi Tahu parties, aligned organisations, particularly landowners of Banks Peninsula, who own up to 90% of the land on Banks Peninsula, and of course communities. These are all people passionate about working together on projects which benefit the natural environment and protect natural ecosystems. And we strongly recommend that the CCC leverages the collaborative work that the Trust is doing in this regard. The 2050 Ecological Vision for Banks Peninsula is an umbrella collaboration across agencies, Runanga, and the Trust and other aligned organisations. The Trust aligns all of its work with the 8 ecological visions, and I suggest that as a really good umbrella for the climate change strategy on Banks Peninsula and the Port Hills. There are collaborations on ecosystem restoration, supporting private landowners to protect and enhance high-value biodiversity. David has mentioned the Te Kahukura program in the Southern Port Hills, including the work of the Summit Road for Society, Pest Free Summit Road, and Otamatua Quail Island, Pest Free Banks Peninsula, and the Wildside Project, which is a project of collaboration across 13,500 hectares. And importantly, the Wildside Project, of that Wildside landscape, 25% of that is already held in private or public reserve. So that is already doing its job in terms of sequestration of carbon. So we're saying to the Council, for the climate change strategy, for the programs, please leverage what the collaborations that are already in existence. Let me now turn to the LTP. And this is, I'm going to make 7 points here, and it is about alignment. We asked the Council to extend the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust's MOU with the CCC by a further 10 years. We're asking for 50,000 per year, but ideally, given the work that we are doing on your behalf in terms of bringing the collaborations together, it seems confusing, to say the least, that you're proposing to cut that fund back, and it needs to, I believe, be either maintained or increased. The other thing, the biodiversity funding in the LTP, you're proposing 190,000 a year. That is a reduction on the last LTP. You're talking about a climate change strategy here, and we are saying that you need to at least double it. Biodiversity is really around carbon sequestration, and that's how you're going to achieve your carbon targets in your climate change strategy. It must be doubled. We're suggesting 400,000 for the each year through the life of the LTP. We're suggesting that 15% of the 13.1 million allocated for planting across the city for purposes of ecological restoration be allocated to the Te Kahukura project, which is around from Gebby's Pass right around to Mount Victoria, for the planting and enhancement planting of eco-sourced native trees. We support, I won't say any more about the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, except we're saying exactly the same as David did, 120,000 for the 21-22 financial year, and 200,000 on from that, and 40,000 for the continuation of the feral goat program. Look, I'll probably finish there, other than to say there are conversations we'd love to have with the Council about leveraging BPC's current collaborative projects, supporting Banks Peninsula landowners. There are a lot of things coming at them. They're incentivised at the moment to plant monocultures, under the ETS, and it's crazy. We need to be looking at the natural revegetation projects, and we'd love to talk to you. I think, Councillor Templeton, we were going to be talking to you about carbon sequestration and carbon credits. We've got some ideas about developing a voluntary market for carbon and other ecosystem services. I will finish there and hopefully take some questions. Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thanks, Penny. Thank you. Did anyone have any questions? It was an excellent submission. I mean, it was the way you weaved the strategy and then into the LTP.
They are linked.
They are very much, and they were designed to be linked.
I know, and I think it was great that you did it that way.
Right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. The next submission is, sorry, Maurice Richards. Dora, welcome.
Kia ora. Hello, my name's Maurice Richards. I am a resident of Beckenham, and I'm on the Beckenham Neighbourhood Association, but I am speaking on my own behalf today. I have a degree in sociology from the University of Canterbury, and I worked in advertising for quite a long time in Christchurch. And now I am a stay-at-home mum with 2 small children. So I've got a quite small window where I feel like I can make submissions on things while my children are at school, and I haven't quite gone back to work yet, so I thought I would take the chance to do that today. I largely support the long-term plan and appreciate the efforts and juggling acts staff and representatives undertake in this process. But I feel some changes proposed will actually reduce community belonging. And I want a safe, healthy environment for my children. I don't think we are thinking widely enough about the social patterns and pressures that contribute to carbon emissions on families. And I think we need to act now to reduce personal car use and to improve social connections and kind of make those connections by acting on a really local basis. While I support the progress in the city on cycling, I don't think we think enough about school zones, or really talking to schools and families about what it would take to get them out of the car. I also think schools are really, really busy, so it's so hard for them. I know as a parent, if you start talking about cycling, they start to look a bit frightened and back away. So I was thinking, you know, could we have a small program that provides some external resources and help schools identify what changes they can make as a community to encourage kids and their families, even just to make it safer to cross the road outside their school, which we know is actually a problem in quite a lot of our schools. The Christchurch traffic emissions are too high, and I think an emphasis on spending on roads to make improvements for cars and trucks is misplaced. And it's out of sync with what we need to do to reduce carbon emissions. I support improvements to the council work fleet, and I can see the electric car sharing is working well for staff around the city. I would like to see more work vans electrified to show that there are other options to the ever-increasing numbers of tradespeople in the city using huge diesel utes. They are noisy and they're polluting and they're really dangerous for small people. And there's more and more of them, and they've become really affordable, and they're kind of flooding our suburban streets. I would like to encourage the City Council to use their buying power to encourage suppliers and external contractors to make the changes to their vehicles to make them safer for others too, and to reduce carbon emissions. This would include the consideration and measuring of the carbon use of contractors carrying out work for the City Council. Wastewater and flooding. We need to continue to put attention to the damage caused by buildings on the Port Hills. Obviously in Beckenham that's a big problem. And also in wetland areas for our waterways and potential for increased flooding. We need to find solutions for the rubbish and pollution moving through our street gutters. Again, that's a problem in Beckenham with the big gutters and the slopes down to the sea. Taking the pollution into the Ōpauaho and the other city rivers. I think we need more urban density rather than sprawling developments in our wetlands and on our Port Hills. These really just line the pockets of the very wealthy. We need safe, affordable homes, not larger second lounges. I don't support the land drainage targeted rate. Land developers need to not undertake work that causes environmental and flooding damage. Christchurch City Council needs to keep them accountable rather than pass on the cost to ratepayers to make more profit for developers.
Thank you. I think we've come to the end of the time allocated, but you've given a really good practical written submission which we've read, and it's very helpful, and it's always good. I'm glad that you took the time to come and turn up and present to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alexa Kidd.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk today. I'm a doctor. I'm talking today on my own behalf, but I know probably many of my colleagues would share my views. And I would like to address the issue of the transport side of your 10-year plan. I first would like to thank the council and your predecessors for all the work that's been done on introducing the cycleways, for making it possible for people to cycle safely, to scoot, any which way they want to get about. I'm passionate about active transport and spoke to a smaller group of you back in 2012 promoting the infrastructure. I live in Mount Pleasant, I work in Hillmorton, I cycle every day, and as I cross Brougham Street, I am saddened by the endless cars that are all backed up, that are moving at a glacial pace. Perhaps the people in those cars are not aware that the pollution inside your car is actually worse than for me on my bicycle. And with your cycleways, we're a little bit further away now from the pollution. Then I think about, where do these people come from? Obviously, at Brougham, they come from Rolleston and points south, but there are also people in Rangiora and points north who have very little option about how they get into town. And when I look at your 10-year plan, I don't see the word railway anywhere, anything about trains at all, which was what motivated me to put in a submission. And there are so many good reasons for the train. From a medical point of view, if you were to have a heart attack, I'm sure you'd agree with me, you'd rather be on the train, and modern trains even have defibrillators sometimes, you'd rather be on the train than you would be behind the wheel of a car, in which you'd almost certainly have a very nasty accident and might kill somebody else as well. You can do work, you can relax, you can talk to people. We all live in our little bubbles as we sit in our cars, and we know, I think from COVID, we know how important it is to be able to talk to other people. And I guess thinking about trains, I know that light rail is the absolutely holy grail, but it's a huge undertaking. 2014, I understand that it was decided that using the existing tracks wasn't viable because when people came into the city, they were too far away from their work. But now we have so many different ways to do that last 2, 3, 4 kilometres of your journey that we could revisit that and revisit it soon. So really, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'd just like you to think again a bit about the train. I appreciate that ECAN and central government are also involved. We hear heaps about all this just before elections, but nothing afterwards.
Thank you. Very timely. Thank you very much. Victoria Andrews, Akaroa Civic Trust presentation. And Mike Norris, welcome.
This is Mike Norris, the chairman of the Akaroa Civic Trust, and our submissions overlap. So if you don't mind, I will start with just a brief overview of a few images. If I can...
You can run them all together if you like.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. We'll start with this one. Thank you. I'm not sure how to actually start this.
Don't start the timer until...
There.
Ready.
Okay.
Right.
It's not on the right view, but okay. We're here today actually to talk about largely the Akaroa Service Center And the building has been a focal point for the community since 1915. And within the Christchurch area, there are 12 12 service centers, 7 in the CBD in close proximity, yet the one that you want to close is the most distant and remote, along with Littleton. There's a lot of history behind our service center, which was shut due to earthquakes, damage and repairs. Our staff worked in a porticom and then a temporary office. And we were consulted about where we wanted our service center. And because it was a listed building that the property team decided they could sell, but we said, no, you actually have to consult. So 93% of the ratepayers said they wanted it permanently reinstated in the post office building. So the council spent nearly $1 million to totally refurbish the building, which opened in 2018 with 2 part-time staff and consistent opening hours. But without consulting the community board, the council closed the building on the 5th of January, 2021. And they moved the facility, a little desk and a computer, into our school and community library. And a trained librarian has now had to take over a secondary role as being the customer service representative. And the hours vary depending on your source. This is our new service center, which is the white part of the building to the right. The service center consists of the desk and the computer on the right-hand side. Unlike Halswell, librarians in Halswell do not have to man the service center desk, nor do they have to do the accounting and banking on behalf of Christchurch City Council. But yet in Akaroa, our librarian is expected to do that. There are facilities in Halswell and Beckenham that we can only dream about in Akaroa. There are ample meeting rooms, public programs, and a range of activities. We have none of that. This is our library in Akaroa. You see one small table for council information and for have your say documentation. Reference material is stored under the desk, and most of it remains in the post office building, which is not open to the public because there's simply no room to display it. This is our staff tea room lunch area, which might be sacrificed to form a private meeting room. This is the children's student reading area, which may be turned into a virtual meeting space. The entire space of the library is 150 square meters. But as you can see, it is well used during peak season. This was a few years ago prior to COVID-19. The library is on school land and is in a former gym, which has been converted into a cinema on one side and the library on the other. You cannot compare the Akaroa Library to any of the other facilities that you have in Christchurch because of the limitation of the space and because it accommodates the school and the community as a core library. We don't have flat screen TVs, we don't have massive computers, and students actually have to wait in line when it gets really busy. Our librarian has had minimal training and actually has been so stressed out she had to take leave. I spoke to representatives following a community board meeting back in March and was told the service center would never move back into the post office building, but I really thought that was a decision made by elected representatives. It was also suggested that the library, 150, 180 square meters, could move into a 42 square meter space in the old post office. And I had to point out it probably was not a good idea because the school is located directly next to the school library, and it's also junior and primary school. And that gives you an idea of the location of our old service center post office building, which we regard as the CBD and the location of the citizens' desk and hub at the school library. This is the diagram of the service center space. The yellow area was occupied by our former service center staff. And I can go on further, but I think Mike, I'll turn it over to Mike on behalf of the Akaroa Civic Trust. We'll be happy to answer questions. And there's several more slides if you would like to go back and review it at your leisure. All of this has taken place to save $56,000 per year. And in my view, it's contrary to your strategic framework and all of the policies that you have sent out regarding resilience and strengthening communities. But Mike will follow up. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, how much time do we have? Because it started off at 5 and I believe, okay. I'll have 3, so can we reset the clock, please? I'm a bit concerned. You'll realise that the number of submissions is larger than usual. I think it's probably because you've poked the bear. I think if a decision is made to close a service centre and then implemented in the way it was, there's going to be outrage, and there was. Now, Madam Mayor, you've often said that Akaroa is the jewel in Canterbury's crown, and we'd agree with you, but it's an expensive jewel. We know we take out more than we contribute in rates, but that's a fact of life. We're a rural community. I think today I'd like to hope that we could have a vision. Instead of discussing a matter of saving $57,000 by one staff member not being retained, how about a vision which would incorporate a proper use for the old post office building? It could be the hub of the town, not just the service centre, but it could be an information centre run by the City Council, as in most other New Zealand towns. It could be an information centre that would promote Akaroa, not be driven, as the current eyesight is, by commission selling. It could promote Akaroa with posters and with other material to perhaps take advantage of the new ecotourism and the heritage tourism that we can anticipate when Takapaneki and that wonderful scheme comes on. Some of us have been working behind the scenes to encourage the BNZ to choose the old post office building to relocate the ATM machine, and those discussions are underway. I congratulate the Council's head of facilities and his team on being very receptive to the BNZ's needs. We could also look at New Zealand Post. I know they're reluctant to stay in Akaroa. We were told that by one of your staffers, but we need to persuade them and relocate those rusting red PO boxes from the rec ground where they currently are. And as for moving the library, Dawn will know this from her experience in Birmingham, which has got Europe's finest and most expensive new library. Libraries are now seen as the cathedrals of the new economy, and I think to tamper with our library and try and cram it into a smaller space just goes against the grain of what we should be trying to do. If we could have a destination management strategy not composed by Christchurch, New Zealand, but by Akaroa strategists, we could have a new dawn for Akaroa. I would say don't cut. I know you've had the need for budget cuts, and that's been forced upon everyone. But with a little surplus appearing the other day of 19 million, perhaps it's time to restore some of the things that you've wanted to cut, and a new dawn for Akaroa. Finally, I think to make a decision, as was done on transactional-based activity, shows a lack of understanding of what a service centre is there to do. Jeff Carter, the outgoing service centre manager, was much more than a transactions person. He was the face of the council in Akaroa. Currently, we don't have one. Please, can we change that?
Could we add that we support the Ratepayers Association, the submission by Harry Stronach?
Absolutely.
And especially the Friends of the Akaroa Museum. That is a core facility for our community and for all of Banks Peninsula and for the wider Canterbury region. They need to be open as they are, and that budget should not be reduced.
Thank you very much. I think it's been very helpful to actually hear a number of the submissions in such close proximity to each other, because it does raise that issue of whether a more sort of area approach would be better in considering a range of issues.
You need to take a holistic approach, And Akaroa is unique. We are remote. We are isolated.
Yeah.
And Carrie Little will be speaking to you in about 30 minutes from Heartlands. She deals with another area of Akaroa that is very important and needs to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Is Sir Don McKinnon available yet? He's on the line. So we'll go to Sir Don McKinnon. Hello, Sir Don. Welcome by Zoom. The benefits of technology means that you don't have to zap around the country. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship and honourable councillors. I realise, of course, coming to council like this and seeking support for a project on the other side of the world is certainly a big ask. But given that this little town of Le-Quenoir, still 102 years after World War I, is revering what New Zealanders did for it, it seems that we are very much in a catch-up phase. I say this because, you know, New Zealanders are great travellers, and I'm sure we'll all be travelling again soon. What a lot of them do is go to the Western Front. And where do they go on the Western Front to hear about the New Zealand story? Well, you don't go to the Australian Museum to hear it. You don't go to the Canadian Museum to hear it, or the British Museum, the American Museum, the Visitor Centre, or the Indian one, or the South African one. The fact is, we've never had a place of our own there. Yes, we've got 12,500 headstones of soldiers that are buried there. We have monuments. Many of our leaders, prime ministers, even mayors and governors general, often go to the Western Front and participate in events there, but they're always at someone else's place. And so Le-Quenoir, the establishment of a New Zealand museum come visitor centre at Le-Quenoir, is all about ensuring that young New Zealanders, my grandchildren and their grandchildren, have a place to go to. It should have been done 120 years ago, but it wasn't. So let me just make 3 points. One is, this is very much a catch-up. Yes, it should have been done in the 1920s, and we'd be proud of probably what was done then, but it wasn't. But there's still the acknowledgement that those soldiers who died in World War I deserve more than just their gravestones and the monuments. They deserve to have a place where New Zealanders can visit and hear about those stories. And so we have purchased this 1 hectare of land inside the town of Le-Quenoir, a very, very historic town, which has enormous history despite World War I. The second point is money. And obviously that's why I'm speaking to you here. We've got a budget of 15 million we believe is needed to establish the museum come visitor centre so that there is something of significance there when people go and visit this little town. We have raised about 8.8 million so far, all from individuals, from family trusts and such organisations like that. I'm still going around the country with a tin cup trying to get more. And one of the reasons, of course, coming to local authorities is you are spread all over New Zealand. And if we can get some money from New Zealanders via their rates, via whatever way they commit money to their local authority, that would be a very even spread. We're asking local authorities to have a look at providing to this trust $1 per citizen spread over 3 years. So far, we've had contributions from about 10 local authorities, and they range from about 10 cents per citizen to $1.10 per citizen. So, of course, that is entirely up to you. Central government have played a part so far of offering New Zealand donors a tax rebate. That is quite essential, of course, because the money is getting spent outside of New Zealand. And my third point is Christchurch and, of course, Canterbury. both Christchurch and Canterbury feature very strongly in this little village of Le Quesnoy. One of your most prominent citizens after World War I, Lieutenant later Dr. Averill, of course, was the man who first went over the wall to take the beleaguered town from then German occupation. And of course, the Canterbury Battalion was very much involved in that ultimate liberation. So there's a distinct link between where you are today and this little town up near the Belgian border. So I can only leave it with you to think very hard about this project, to kind of help do what wasn't done in 1920s, to catch up so-called. So not only to acknowledge what those soldiers did 102 years ago, but to ensure that the next generations can clearly understand the story and recognise those great New Zealand characteristics of courage, of ingenuity and humanity, which were shown in that town. In my last conversation with the mayor of Le Quesnoy, I said to her, "Ma'am, we haven't done much for the first 100 years, but we'll certainly make it up in the second 100 years." And that's where we are today. So thank you, Your Worship. If I can answer any questions at this time, I'm only happy to do so. If people want more material on the project, we're happy to send it to them. Thank you.
I think we're out of time for questions, but thank you very much for a very clear presentation of the request that you're making of councils around the country, and good luck. And we will obviously consider that when we come time to consider the detail of the long-term plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next one is Glenda Martin from Christchurch Community House Trust Board.
Kia ora koutou, koutou katoa. It's a privilege for me to be here today representing Christchurch Community Health Trust. Thank you. We at Christchurch Community Health Trust acknowledge the commitment to support business, cultural and sporting developments in our central city. We endorse the draft plan for a vibrant and safe city for all. However, we believe that community organisations have been overlooked. We too will be part of the city's future. Set up in 1990 to provide a one-stop shop for people needing social and community service organisations, the demand for those services has not subsided. Sadly, we do not see that changing. On a quiet month, take January 2021, around 1,500 people come into Christchurch Community House to seek assistance from one of the organisations based there. On an average month, between 4,500 and 5,000 people come through those same doors. That figure does not include staff, does not include staff of the agencies, and nor does it include people using meeting spaces. These are people who need assistance and haven't found it elsewhere. In 2014, our current premises in Churm Street opened with 23 tenants and about 80 organisations holding remote memberships benefiting from the shared resources that Christchurch Community House offers. Today we have 34 tenants and 109 members. We seek a secure and sustainable future for those organisations. Christchurch Community House is a proven model, one which has been built on by others around New Zealand, and some of you may be familiar with the collective in Tauranga. However, excessive leasing costs including regular CPI increases and property management fees, come head to head with our reality, a funding pool which we know too well is strained. We require a space which will be a key asset for community organisations in the central city, a space in which to replicate what we do now while having the potential to develop as needed. A place to support organisations which support people within our community and which also supports those of us, the well-being of those of us who work in those organisations. We believe we've found that space. The building we've identified meets the criteria, retains an environment which encourages the bump and nudge spaces where we can share with, learn from, and give support to each other as we provide very different services within one house for those who pass through our doors. Our vision is one which sees us continuing to support community organisations without reliance on funders. The Council's support to obtain this building will enable us to begin a new chapter which will realise that vision, a sustainable key asset for community organisations in the central city. We have put a figure on that, and I've been listening to the other submissions, and I'm going to throw it out there anyway. A contribution by the City Council towards creating a key asset for community organisations in our central city of 1.8 million would enable us to more easily complete the transaction that we're looking at, trying to pull together at the moment. Kia whara tō muri, te haere ki mau. We look to the past to progress into the future. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much. And finishing on that, whakatauki is quite moving in the sense that that was the whakatauki chosen by the families, the Earthquake Memorial Trust, in reflecting the 10-year anniversary. So thank you very much for your submission. You've given us something serious to think about. Thank you. All right, we now come to a break. And if people could be seated and ready to go at 1:45, please. Thank you. Much. We'll proceed with Peter Scholes.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
May I suggest that Christchurch supports its best and leaves the rest? She is not well dressed at this time. Yeah, Cinderella must stay at home and get depressed, for her dress will get in a mess as she waits, all stress, for her bus to arrive. Christchurch has some great attractions, like its art gallery. Unfortunately, because of inaction, it has become an institution of dissolution. It needs the restoration of its old funding so it can become a place of reflection and affection. As the black line of the budget turns redder and redder, do not be reckless, for it is a pointless action, mindless. Sell things that are pointless and useless. Keep your head and send the blockheads to their bed. Thank you.
Thank you. You're the second poem that we've had.
Oh, right.
It's nice because there's a message in there. What you're saying is that the particular focus on the need for public transport,
thank you.
but also the art gallery and that jewel in the crown, the commitment to public art as part of our city. You know, you've really touched off on a number of subjects.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Has anyone got any questions for Peter? Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Katrina Miller, Christchurch and Enviro Hub. Oh, you're on Zoom. Hello, Katrina. Welcome. You can unmute yourself and far away.
No, that's a different. No, it must be somebody else.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. I missed one. Yes. There is. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Oh, no. Okay. Sorry, Katrina.
Katrina's looking confused. Yeah.
No,
So-
you're Katrina.
I'm Katrina Miller.
And sorry, Kerry, because you're next after this one. Right. Okay. Thank you.
So Hayley's actually going to start off for us today. Hayley Guleta, I'm one of the trustees of Christchurch Enviro Hub, and Katrina is one of our activators. You probably haven't seen much of us in the last few years, but we just want to start off by thanking you for the initial support way back in 2018, that it was. And since that time, we've been beavering away on feasibility and where Christchurch Enviro Hub sits in the landscape. So we spent a lot of time looking at building a building, and we decided against that. And me being involved with the Takaro Orchard showed me how tricky that was going to be. So we've partnered now with a number of organisations. We're in the kiosk in the Botanic Gardens, and we've been working with the Horticultural Society and the Friends activating that space, and it's going really well. We are actually going to be in the orchard as well, and we've also got a small hub in a residential space which we are going to launch very soon. So that support has enabled us to really work through that sensibly and come up with these solutions. So we're very excited about what the future holds for Enviro Hub. So we have also been working with Environment Hub's Aotearoa with the Ministry for the Environment, and we've secured funding for 3 years to put in an administrator to support our small not-for-profit groups in Christchurch, which is amazing. It enables us not take from the strengthening communities pot but to do the work to support those groups. So really today we're just coming into back to say, hey, you know, keep supporting those groups with strengthening communities, and we're here to also support with that money from the ministry, which is great. I'm going to hand over to Katrina now, who's going to talk about our program.
So a lot of my role is about creating a bumping space, so enabling people to get together. Every Thursday I have environmental chat with Kat. I didn't name it, but people come in and talk about environmental stuff on Thursdays at the kiosk in the Botanic Gardens, and we talk about anything. During the school holidays, it could be mums and kids coming in, playing games and talking about how to have a zero waste birthday party. Or otherwise we can have organisations in our network, and I'll organise meetings in that time, and just help them talk about some strategies to help enable their organisation. And we welcome people to come in and sit and listen in. If you're coming in, there's no secrets. We also like to make sure there's an opportunity once a month for environmentally focused people to catch up and have a get together. So we have either green drinks or networking with a purpose. So our next event is networking with a purpose on Tuesday next week. And we have a Braided River project once a year. At first was last year, and that is amazing collaboration of organisations which get together, and we travel down to Arthur's Pass and help out down there. We were working with ECAN on this. If we can actually get ECAN behind us, we can restore this ecosystem in the next 5 years, as opposed to going back, and we would be facing extinction for a lot of species. And it's amazing just to enable people to get together. This Saturday will be our launch of Enviro Kids. So that won't be us doing the work, but every Saturday will be a different organisation in our network that will be providing activities for kids. And this is just well-being for kids, looking after our kids, and getting them to take part in environmental activities and get out there and really make a difference. Now, our biggest concern for the long-term plan and for your climate change strategy is that they're separate. At the start of the climate change strategy, it says climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. So why is it separate? This needs to be all incorporated. Everything we're doing, we need to be looking at becoming a sustainable city. You've got people within a city council who are focused on the sustainable development goals. If we can actually incorporate the sustainable development goals as part of the long-term plan, we can make an amazing city, and this is what we need to be looking at now. Hopefully we can be here to help you through that. Sorry, I'm run out of time for questions, I see. But
that's okay. I mean, you've made the presentation and covered it off in your submission, which is very detailed. So very much appreciate that, and thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
And now we've got Kerry Little, who's zooming in from Akaroa Resource Collective Trust.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Am I on the clock?
Yeah, now.
Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Kerry Little tuku ingoa no Akaroa Ahau, ko tuku mahi ke Akaroa Heartlands. Kia ora, my name is Kerry Little. I live in Akaroa and I'm Manager Coordinator at Akaroa Heartlands. Heartlands is a Ministry of Social Development initiative providing GO and NGO services on the peninsula. I work and liaise at a grassroots level with my community and have been in this role for over 15 years. In 2019, Heartlands initiated the first community hui, providing a platform for constructive community kōrero. Post-earthquake cruise ships, Christchurch City Council, and issues within our local school arena were impacting hugely on the wellbeing and social cohesion of our community. There was a schism in the community that saw friends fall out and people banned from restaurants for expressing their views over cruise ships. The kaupapa around the hui was to explore ways of building cohesive working relationships with the council, local groups and organisations. In identifying community needs, we have established wellbeing within community groups and continue to work collectively for greater community outcomes. It is in this capacity that I bring you the voice of the wider community that I represent today. Community representatives who have spoken earlier presented well-researched statistics and information in their submissions. I will therefore talk to you about the wellbeing of our community and the impact of the reduction of service and proposed closure of the Akaroa service desk. I speak on behalf of many of the voices you have not heard, but that I listen to. Our community grow disillusioned and disappointed with council. Many are saying there is no point in making submissions because council do not listen to us. The decision to move the service centre into the Akaroa School and Community Library reflects this lack of communication. The community feels misled because reduction of service was conducted as a 6-month trial, but the draft LTP proposed to close both the Akaroa and Littleton service desks permanently. The council reviewed the need for face-to-face financial transactions in Akaroa. However, a trained customer service representative with local knowledge would have presented a much higher level of transactions while also providing service to ratepayers. Local staff with appropriate training would add a true understanding about the needs of our rural community and enhance the customer service position. The community would like to see the council support local jobs for local people, but we see council preference to employ internally. As a result, families whose children attend our school and contribute to the wellbeing of our community are overlooked. Long-term permanent jobs for local people contribute to the wellbeing, resilience and strength of our community. I ask the council to consider a strategic framework regarding resilient communities and remind them that a strong sense of community means appropriate services are made readily available and accessible. Active participation in civic life means that people and organisations are valued and listened to, and that residents are consulted regarding important decisions. The Akaroa Service Centre was critically important to our community. It provided a local service whilst promoting social cohesion and supported individual wellbeing, just as the volunteers who now no longer work in the library or the museum at council's instruction were as equally important to our community in the service they provided. On a visit to the city centre recently, I admired the spectacular $475 million Te Pai Convention Centre, the $92.7 million Turanga Library, and the $301 million Parikiori Sports Facility. I question as to why my isolated rural and ageing community has to fight to retain a council service that costs ratepayers a mere $56,000 a year. We are a geographically isolated rural ageing community without public transport and very soon without a bank. Our farmers are enduring record-breaking dry conditions and facing significant financial loss. Akaroa remains on level 4 water restrictions with a total ban on outdoor water use. Our business anticipated a difficult winter season. COVID-19 has caused stress and uncertainty that has impacted the mental well-being of the community overall. It is also important for you to know that the well-being of your own staff have been impacted by this change of service. A working partnership and collaboration with local government and community organisations are critical to supporting healthy people and communities. There has never been a greater time for council to acknowledge their responsibilities in keeping our communities safe, healthy and connected. The reduction and removal of services from Akaroa impacts the wider community on a level that you cannot envisage if you live in Christchurch with a broad range of services and activities. You cannot know or understand the value and importance of local services to rural community. Our lives and needs are very different to yours in the city. I ask that the Akaroa Service Centre firstly and foremost be retained and be reinstated in the historic post office building with well-trained locally based staff along with other core services. I ask this for the greater wellbeing of Akaroa and my community. Thank you.
Thank you. You just came to the end of the 5 minutes, but can I just sneak in a quick question?
Sure.
Heartland Services, is that this all of the central government agencies? So you provide information to the community for all of those? And
Yes, so
has there ever been any discussion between Heartland Services and the Christchurch City Council staff over the co-location potentially of the two?
Actually, there has, yes. There has been discussions around that.
But to no avail?
No.
No. All right. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next one is, and I'm sorry, Nikki, I keep forgetting how to pronounce your surname.
That's all right. Snow Yink.
Snow
like
Yink.
snow and
Snow
like
Yink.
yank as an American, but with an I. Yink.
Thank you.
Snow Yink.
Thank you. Thank you. You've got
That's
two
right.
submissions. One's the LTP, one's the climate change. If you want to run them together, I'm good with that.
Excellent.
Yep.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa, everybody. My name is Nikki Snowink, and I'm the Forest and Bird Regional Manager for Canterbury and the West Coast. So thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. As the Mayor has said, I'm going to speak on the climate change strategy and on the long-term plan, 5 minutes on each, or maybe 3 on one and 7 on the other. I'll first speak on the climate change strategy and then on the LTP, and there's a great amount of crossover of the two, as far as I can see. And regarding the LTP, the key points that I'll speak on will be freshwater, Indigenous biodiversity and biosecurity. So congratulations on the climate change strategy. It's really great to see some action, some progress. That's great, following the climate emergency that you guys declared in 2019. It's already a significant step forward and excellent overview of the many initiatives that appear to be underway already. So it looks like you're on the right track. Forest and Bird strongly encourages the use of nature-based solutions to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Things like increasing the size of naturally occurring wetlands, estuary areas, dunelands, and to protect communities as well as provide new habitat for Indigenous species that are threatened by sea level rise and flooding events. Protecting and remaining in situ areas of Indigenous biodiversity in the district needs to be a priority. Then planting new areas to increase carbon sequestration. Pest control is also a vital component to increase the resilience of Indigenous vegetation in the district. This all, of course, needs to be done in parallel to dramatically reducing our carbon emissions. Regarding water and climate change, we understand that the Council has been investigating the work of the Netherlands Room for the River architect Henk Ovink, whose work is really relevant to the city, and we strongly support that. The many Awa Springs existing large wetlands adjacent to and surrounded by a significant open space in the middle of the city, the Avon-Otakaro River Corridor, provide a perfect canvas for retrofitting nature-based climate solutions to the city. Time-bound measures would strengthen the climate strategy significantly. Our ask to you is that you develop some clear targets and milestones to measure and monitor your progress across the different action programs that you have got going. This will be especially important to confirm that the climate strategy is on the right track and to help people know what they can do themselves as individuals out there. And also, so there's some accountability at election time. So on the long-term plan, Forest and Bird generally supports the long-term plan, and we strongly agree with your statement in the draft climate strategy that was mentioned by the previous submitter. Climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. It's already affecting the weather, health and well-being, natural environment, taonga species, mahinga kai, food production, biosecurity, infrastructure and the economy. And I too wonder why that wasn't sort of transferred straight over into the long-term plan. It would have been really good to see that crossover. That being said, though, it was great to see the Council's commitment in the long-term plan to casting a climate lens across everything that you do. It was good to see that in there. And in your strategic priorities, I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. We ask that strategic priority of meeting the challenge of climate change through every available means be elevated as an overarching priority so that it informs everything else that you do across your work. So when you are faced with important decisions that affect the future of the city, you can ask yourselves, how will this help achieve our climate change ambitions? After your declaration of a climate and ecological emergency in 2019, Forest and Bird would have expected to see a greater focus on freshwater improvements and native species protection in the long-term plan. On freshwater, polluted water, and particularly nitrate pollution, is a big issue for many Cantabrians, especially as they begin to discover that their drinking water is not drinkable. The Christchurch drinking water supply is particularly vulnerable to the effects of intensive land uses in the neighbouring districts, and today's freshwater issues are likely to be exacerbated by climate change and need urgent attention now. Some hard conversations are needed to be had to protect drinking water supplies and protect and restore ecological health of the region's freshwater ecosystems, and to implement the government's essential freshwater policy. Our ask to you is that you prioritise and fund and resource management planning processes to implement the freshwater policy as quickly as possible to safeguard the city's freshwater resources for generations to come. On biodiversity, Indigenous biodiversity, native species, Canterbury's Indigenous biodiversity continues to slide into the abyss. Protection and maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity in the Canterbury region occurs in a haphazard way, I'm sorry to say. Forest and Bird supports ECAN's Biodiversity Champions program to bring more consistency to biodiversity protection and maintenance in Canterbury. And we acknowledge that Councillor Pauline Cotter is the Council's representative on the ECAN's Biodiversity program as the champion. Happy to have a chat any time, Pauline. We commend the Council on its significant ecological sites program. However, we are concerned that the Council's processes do not protect these sites as they should. The NPSIB, the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, will soon be gazetted and reinforces the Council's role to identify, map and protect significant ecological sites or significant natural areas, SNAs. And this obligation has been around for a long time, since the RMA's inception, and the NPS reaffirms that obligation. We do understand that City Council is undergoing a plan change to strengthen Indigenous biodiversity vegetation clearance provisions and to better protect these areas, but currently this appears to be quite limited. Forest and Bird asks that you please adequately resource and fund the plan change to bring in the necessary experts and strengthen the provisions to protect SESs and maintain Indigenous biodiversity across the whole district. There's a real opportunity here to get a win for native species and for climate change in this space. Alongside the regulatory stuff, strong incentives are needed for land occupiers to voluntarily protect their significant ecological sites. We understand that the City Council has actually decreased its Community Biodiversity Fund to 190,000K, and by my reckoning, this is less than 50 cents a year for every Christchurch resident. This provides little confidence of any commitment at all to addressing the ecological emergency that you declared a couple of years ago. As a starting point, our ask to you would be to double or even triple the Community Biodiversity Fund to assist land occupiers to protect their significant ecological sites. This will go a little bit further to ensuring your outcomes for the natural environment can be achieved. On biosecurity, the risks will increase as climate change kicks in. We're already seeing myrtle rust, threatened species like Pahutakawa, Manuka and Rata. Again, we support Forest and Bird supports ECAN's biosecurity advisory groups, and these groups are especially vital for having eyes and ears in the community for new biosecurity incursions. Forest and Bird would encourage the Christchurch City Council to have representation on the Banks Peninsula group if they haven't already, especially given the shared vision for pest-free Banks Peninsula and any biosecurity issues that will inevitably rise in the urban area. We ask that you seek a position, if you haven't already, and resource participation on the biosecurity advisory groups that Environment Canterbury runs.
And one other biosecurity issue that I did raise with you last year, but I'm not sure it's been dealt with, and I've raised it with ECAN again as well, is the issue of exploding numbers of Canadian geese taking up residence in the Avon-Otakaro River corridor, progressively degrading the amenity and likely the ecological values in places along the Awa from the city centre to the estuary. I sincerely hope I don't have to come back next year and say the same thing. And on that note, I'm going to finish, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any. Kia ora.
Aaron.
Yeah, you're not the only one to raise the geese issue, although during the LTP potentially. But with the geese, do you think we should host a Wild Foods Fest every year where we only eat geese?
Well, I do believe they make really good salami, so if anyone wants a salami...
Yeah, the high fat content, good point. Let's encourage it.
Yeah, encourage it.
I'm vegetarian, but I'm more than happy to support people eating geese.
Totally.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't think anyone around the table disagrees about the need to get on top of the control of them, but it is a very challenging.
What's good for the goose?
Issue. Can't run around with guns in central city.
No, you can't. That's right. I do believe there was a plan in place to talk with the ECAN and the Christchurch airport, and I just wonder where that got to.
Yeah.
We haven't had any updates on that, so
we'll be following up on that as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Kia ora.
Thank you. Right, so the next person is Michelle Clark.
Hi. So yes, I'm Michelle Clark. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Yoldhurst community. There's some familiar faces around the table, so I'm here to speak about the same thing that I was here about last time. But I guess the biggest thing for me is the Yoldhurst hall is up for sale and disposal, which is extremely disappointing after the support that we got the last time that we were here. So my purpose is to obviously preserve the memorial as it stands, but also ensure that the hall is open to the community and it's utilised. I don't want it to be sold, ultimately, but the biggest thing I'd like is for it to be maintained and respected as it should be. Because I've previously presented and I attached my presentation to the, hopefully people have read it, I don't see the point in going over that again. We'll leave some time for questions. But I think the big thing for me is obviously the hall was a gift from the community. It was part of a pound for pound subsidy at the time. And the local community fundraised and also gifted the land. It had, as part of the condition, needs to go to a local authority, and that's how it ended up with the council. But ultimately, it was the community that did this as part of the government structure at the time. And the purpose of the hall, I think, is that actually the hall is the memorial, and we forget that sometimes. We talk about the plaques. So it needs to be something vitally living, something from the very nature of its use and enjoyment will ever keep before us in the generations that follow us, the freedom of life and personal expression for which our men and women fought and fell. The type of memorial which best embodies this is ideal for the community centre, where the people can gather for social, educational, cultural and recreational purposes. I can say that our support for the people that fought for our country hasn't changed, and neither have the needs of the community. We still need this facility, and actually we're getting less and less about what we've got. Again, in the thing that I presented earlier, it has all of the needs of the community, so I won't revisit it, but happy to take some questions. Since that time, obviously, the hall was up for demolition, and we've been able to meet with different members of the council and show an engineering report that will actually show that the hall itself is up to building code. Now, that came under dispute. We then met with the council again, and they agreed that our engineer could redo the report based on their working with the council and what that looks like. That's almost finalised. I would say I appreciate there's a time delay sometimes, but we've almost finalised that. But you've seen the initial findings that ultimately say that the building is good to go. We just need to get it peer reviewed. So what am I asking is, please don't sell it. Please just get it weathertight as it needs to. Please support us restoring it and allow our community to have this facility. Oh yes, it's also on the heritage listing, Jimmy, isn't it? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, Jimmy.
What is update status? My understanding, staff, council staff, have working together with local community board and also your group, have a service, have a further discussion. Am I right? So
yes.
So regarding particular one is a partnership one. The other one is apply for kind of, even now, is a potential heritage building facility, but still need to, to amendments to those district plan review. So I just want to know, based on last discussion, what's update status?
So the last discussion we had, was when there was an agreement that we would underwrite personally to have the engineer do the work because there was a challenge between going to council to have another engineer's report because the Opus report was based on old information. So the latest status is that you've got the interim report, which we got through, I think, last week, that shows that the engineer needs to get it peer reviewed, but ultimately that it is at building code.
So still going on. So you mean still going on?
Still going on, yeah.
Tim?
In your submission, you state that the council has the keys, that they took it from the community. And so how do you get access with the engineer?
So the engineer works with the council, so we have to go pick up the keys, get it back. But remembering the engineer's already done all of the initial reports, so when he was doing the other reports, it was...
And just a follow-up question. If the memorial hall is given back given to the community, you're all set up to run it as in you can have a committee structure and try and support the running of it.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Look, the thing I would say is we're fully behind that. It's been 10 years. And so one of the things is we've gone out multiple times with business plans. But as you can imagine, they're like the mums and bubs group that we went out that were fully on board. Those kids are now at school. So each time we go out to create a business plan, because of the challenges we have with red tape and governance. But yes, we do.
Because we went and looked at
it.
Yeah. Yanni?
Thank you. Can I just understand when you first found out that the building was for sale?
Yes.
Like,
when?
When did you know that the building was for sale?
When I got a text from one of our community members that told me that it had been added to the plan.
Right. So no one's talked with you, even though you're working with our staff. No one said.
No. So I would say that an email came through when I went back to the the landlord of the building and was concerned that it had been up for disposal. He said that he had mentioned the fact that obviously the hall was part of the plan, but I would say I wouldn't have called it great engagement.
Right. And do you know? Did the community board? Were the community board aware that it was being sold?
No, so when I contacted, I don't know at that point, and we weren't contacted. When I did contact the members of the community board we've been working with, who were extremely supportive, they also attended that other meeting. They said, please do turn up and put a submission in, and that obviously they'd also put one in to restore the hall.
Maybe it's a question for our staff, but I thought community boards.
Yanni, you know what to do. So just submit the question, that's fine, because we don't want to hold up people's time in terms of the submissions that we're going through. So thank you very much for your submission. Very helpful.
Thank you. Yes.
Pat McIntosh. What? No, Rosalie Jenkins.
All of these working? Yeah. Cool. Tēnā koutou, ko Rosalie Jenkins tōku ingoa. I've lived in Christchurch for more than a decade now and call it my home. I'm also a ratepayer, and I just wanted to speak to one of the issues in my submission given the short time frame, which is to reiterate my concern and shock at the possible closure of the Rickerton Bus Lounge. And I suppose I have a bit of a personal connection to this. I was part of a group that did a lot of public campaigning and rallying of community support for these bus lounges to actually be built. And I remember years ago now that the council went through several iterations of trying to find a site for these lounges. And at one point it was, I think we were talking about maybe the car park near Rickerton Mall, and then there was a bunch of other sites proposed, and it sort of just kept getting, shelved and the plans changed. But when it finally went ahead, or at least was proposed to go ahead, and there seemed to be a solid plan, we were really stoked, and we did a lot of rallying of the community, especially in Rickerton, to actually pull together and say, yes, this is a great idea. And so after all of that, to now sort of hear that it's proposed to being closed down, I just wanted to really say that I think that's the wrong decision. And I'm also concerned that the people that use this lounge haven't been consulted. That's just based on an article I read during the long-term plan consultation process. But yeah, I just think that in this day and age, given the climate emergency we're in, the fact that climate was, recognised front and centre in the council's long-term plan consultation document, which was great to see. But decisions like this, I suppose, just make me wonder if it's all just talk, because public and active transport is such a key part of reducing emissions in Christchurch, and I think we should be building more of these facilities to really show that public transport is a viable option for people rather than shutting them down. So as a ratepayer, I would be more than happy for my rates to be spent on this kind of thing. And I guess that's all I wanted to say really. I'm happy to take questions about that or anything else that was in my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. I think somebody else made a submission where they suggested that it would have been better to have a notice specifically in the bus lounge themselves, so drawing attention to it so that people could be aware of the process of the submissions. Do you think that would have been helpful?
Yeah, I think it would have been, because I do remember reading that people who were waiting at the lounge were asked, possibly by a journalist, I'm not sure, whether they knew about the proposal, and they weren't aware. And given how small it was, the notice in the long-term plan consultation document, I can't remember what page it was on, but it was just a tiny little line, and I don't think that was enough to notify the community of interest. So, yeah.
Very good. Look, thank you very much. Thank you for making the time to come in and present to us. Thank you. Tanya Didham, Urban Star Watch Christchurch.
Kia ora koutou, everyone.
Kia
I just got this slot sort of at the last minute before I went away, so I wouldn't say I was over-prepared, but I'm just going to speak to my submission in general. Urban Star Watch, formerly known as the Red Zone Dark Sky Park, and that's kind of where our focus is in the OARC. We kind of missed an opportunity when we were doing the refit for the whole city. We put in these, admittedly they are shielded and they're doing the sort of right thing like that, but they are still these bright 4,000K lights, like a prison yard. But we haven't yet messed up the red zone. And so when we are looking at developing that area, which of course we are, this is where the governance comes in. So if we don't have a robust governance at the top saying, right, now this is how we're going to do infrastructure, this is how we're going to do our lighting, we want it to be a dark sky area, how's that going to work if every individual project is just going, oh, how are we going to light this, or what are we going to do, so the governance is a huge part of that, but also just the opportunity to create that dark sky area that we're seeing all around the world. I've just last night got back from Great Barrier Island, which is now a dark sky reserve. Amazing. And people go there for that reason. They go to Tekapo for that reason. Kaikoura's looking at doing dark sky lighting. Selwyn's looking at dark sky lighting. I've been talking a lot over the last few days, you can tell. And Christchurch is lagging behind. Why are we not jumping on this opportunity, particularly where we're looking at the river corridor, which is an ecologically sensitive area, where we're going to be regenerating forest, we're going to be trying to bring back species. It's a golden opportunity for Christchurch to get on the first step anyway. Oh, bless you. Thank you very much. So I just want to, I don't really want to talk a whole lot, because every time I come and talk about dark skies, I fill up the time and no one gets an opportunity to ask anything. But yeah, I just don't want us to miss out on this. So if anybody does have a question, let me know. Otherwise, we'll keep rabbiting on.
Yanni?
Have you looked at Dunedin? Because what we were told was NZTA won't allow us to go lower than 4,000. But there's other parts of New Zealand, it seems, that have done that.
That's right. So yeah, for their main state highways, they are still looking at the, I think you can go as low as 3,000 actually. In urban areas, you can go as low as 3,000. So that's what Dunedin did. They went as low as they could go. It's still not, and the IDA has just changed the accreditation. So dark sky now, I think you can't have over, it's either 2,200 or 2,700, I can't remember which it is. But it's different when you're in a park area. And they've just put out a new designation of an urban dark sky park, which is exactly what the OARC could be. It's big enough, and there's no traffic, going through there. So that would be acceptable to go down to 2200, which is ideally what we'd want to do.
Sarah?
Thanks, Tanya. And you see us putting rules in place rather than just guidelines, so that the entire area is covered with any new project, as well as the council stuff.
100%. I mean, yes.
Yeah, thanks.
That would be great. Yeah. So I mean, the governance is key, and I know that it's that we're still looking at a long-term thing, but I just want to make sure that those things are in there, the lighting included, and I don't want lighting to be the afterthought. I think the guy from Palmerston North Council said it quite well. I think I've got a quoted him in my submission somewhere, which I can't find, but here we go, yeah. We're excited to show our residents and visitors that lighting doesn't have to be an afterthought. These paths show lighting can be innovative, environmentally friendly, tell stories of the history, and I have a strong suspicion these will become an iconic shot of Palmy as everyone realises they make the perfect backdrop for selfie photos. So, I mean, we should be just grabbing this with both hands from my perspective. Anybody else?
Anyone else?
Too easy. Everyone on board? Loving it?
Can we send her the memo? Or?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And we have Antsfield.
Can you send the memo? I presume so.
Welcome.
Kia ora. Thank you for taking the time from your busy schedules to listen to the views of your residents. From the Christchurch City Council's own survey on climate change, nearly 80% of respondents viewed the issue as extremely important. It's great that as a city you have set the target of becoming net carbon neutral by 2045. However, this is not compatible with an airport expansion. Firstly, it is sad to hear that our airport wants to expand their operating hours. In a climate emergency, this should not be allowed. Christchurch International Airport should have a sinking lid on its emissions. They should not be allowed to grow their emissions when everyone else is reducing theirs. Secondly, it is complete madness that our airport company is not just thinking about, but has actually bought land and is now currently surveying said land for the construction of a brand new international airport. This is shocking behaviour and very misleading when on your website it has many very nice feel-good stories about making progress here and there. I suspect that you're not even factoring the airport into your projected emissions. On your website you say this is our first long-term plan to include a climate change lens over everything. Does this include the airport? On your website, you say climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. How can you say these words and with the next breath claim that these are not your emissions when you own the company? Crikey, it's called Christchurch International Airport. It's in Christchurch. It's owned by Christchurch City Council. The facts are simple. Christchurch International Airport is 75% owned by Christchurch City Council. Building a new international airport is not compatible with the climate and ecological emergency that you have declared. I call on you, the Christchurch City Council, to stop Terrace International Airport now.
Thank you. Thank you. It's time for your presentation completed, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Pat McIntosh not heard? Well, it seems that our last submitter hasn't arrived, so I will now adjourn the meeting until can't be from 1:30 to 1:30. I'll adjourn the meeting until 1:30 Tuesday, the 11th of May. Tomorrow, the 11th of May. Oh, I see. Right.